that's going to make America healthy again. Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Wow, that was something, huh? That was something. Fantastic guy. You know, he did well, and the polls are good and all, but you have to remember we have sort of like a two-party system. It was designed that way, and it's awfully tough. And as well as he did, he'd be at 10 and 15 and 16 points sometimes. That's a lot. That's a lot. But if he were in a regular system, like as a Democrat or perhaps as a Republican, but not against me, of course. But if he were in a regular system, there are a lot of people that maybe liked him the best. But they said, we can't vote. So with all of those votes he was getting, he has a lot of votes that he could have gotten. I think he's going to have a huge influence. We're leading now, but I think he's going to have a huge influence on this campaign. Actually, much bigger than you'd see in the polls. And those numbers are big to start off with. But Bobby and I will fight together to defeat the corrupt political establishment and return control of this country to the people. And to all who supported Bobby's campaign, I very simply ask you join us in building this coalition. It's a beautiful coalition in defense of liberty and safety, prosperity and peace. It's going to be an incredible coalition, and the relationship has been so good for so long. I have no doubt it's going to work and work well. But we have to win. We have to take our country away from these people that are going to destroy our country. We won't have a country left. So thank you very much. We need your vote. As you all know, this week the Democrats held their convention, probably so at their party. The media says the big message from their convention was that we need to turn the page from the failures of the last 4 years. You believe it? They forgot. They've run it for the last 4 years. She was saying last night, we will stop the abuse. We will stop the high taxes. I said that you could have done it 3.5 years ago. In fact, you could leave that nice auditorium that you're in and go to the White House right now. You want to have a strong border? All you have to do is say to the incredible Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement, close the border now. You don't need bills. I did it. And we had the best border in history. Put up that chart. Put it up. That chart. I love that chart. I love that chart. Put it up. But I love that chart. Not everybody realizes, but that chart is very meaningful. Even beyond the numbers that are on the chart, it shows the least numbers of illegal immigrants pouring into our country. Again, prisons from mental institutions, terrorists, where the bottom arrow is. But you know what? That chart is meaningful in many ways. Some people understand what I'm talking about. I love you, darling. I love you. I'm going to sleep with that chart tonight, Deb. I'm going to sleep with that chart. But isn't that a beautiful sight? Look at that. Look at that arrow. And then look what happens when that was my last week in office. And look what happens after I left. It's like a rocket ship. Look at that. Isn't that terrible? No vetting, no checking. We have no idea who they are. They just pour into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We need to turn the page of 4 years of calamity and failure. They have had calamity and failure, and say, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out. Get out, Kamala. She's the only person ever to get a nomination of a party without getting one vote. She didn't get one vote. Hey, maybe she's smarter than we think. You know, you could look at it that way. As Vice President, Kamala cast the deciding votes, causing the worst inflation in decades, costing the typical American household $28,000. Think of this, higher prices. It was inflation, $28,000. As border czar, she flooded America with savage illegal alien criminals who have been raping, pillaging, and killing our cities and our towns.
All right, everybody. First of all, we apologize for that glitchy shot. Apparently, we had internet issues. Jesse's next.
Welcome to Jesse Waters Prime Time. Donald Trump in Arizona just joined on stage by RFK Jr., who earlier suspended his campaign and endorsed Donald Trump. He just came onto the stage with 45 and said the former campaigning together and that we need to make America healthy again. He wanted to get out of neocon wars. He wanted to make childhood diseases go away. He wants to end censorship. Let's go back and listen to Trump in Arizona.
Grace and with strength, we would have been out faster, but we were going to keep our ground. But that was the most embarrassing event in the history of our country, leading to horrific war and humiliation all over the world. When Putin saw that, he invaded Ukraine. It brought a lot of people back because they said the United States is run by incompetent people. The United States is no longer respected. It's no longer strong. That's what they said. A lot of these things that you're seeing now wouldn't have happened except for the horrible, horrible event of Afghanistan. You know, I was dealing with the leader of Afghanistan, Abdul, and I said, Abdul, you can't kill our people. He was killing our people. And I had a strong talk with him. I'm not going to get into it exactly. We went 18 months without one soldier being sniped at or shot at. Not one soldier injured or killed. And then we had a tremendous election where we did probably 10 or 12 million more votes than we got the first time. You know, most presidents don't get as many votes the second time because people get bored, but they don't get bored with me. They get bored. No, they get bored. Like Barack Hussein Obama got far fewer votes the second time, and he won. He won. Have you heard of him, Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. He was nasty to me. You know, he was nasty. Michelle was nasty. They're all nasty. Nasty people. They were very nasty. I was surprised. I thought he was, and I was sort of nice to him. I said, no, you know, I like him. Good. It didn't matter. They were nasty to me. And of course, last night, Kamala mentioned my name, I think, 21 times. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention anything but my name over and over and over again. She blamed me for the border. I haven't been there in 4 years. You saw it. I had the safest border, the best border we've ever had. She blamed me for the border. They lied so much. They lied about everything. She said I was involved with something called Project 25. I don't even know what the hell it is. No, they really were nasty. And then they say to me, sir, please stick to policy. Don't stick to personality. You should be nice to people, sir. You have to be nice. I call them up. My geniuses, they get paid a fortune. Actually, not that much. But I call up my people. I say, they're knocking the hell out of me, and you say I shouldn't get personal. I have to get personal, don't I? I have to get personal. I have to get personal. They get personal. But I'm going to do my best. So they're allowed to get personal with me, but I'm not allowed to get personal to them. They call me names that are so bad. Our great First Lady says, but you're not that way, darling. They love our great First Lady, I will tell you that. They do. But darling, you're not that way. I said, I know that. And if I say something just slightly out of order, like, she didn't do a very good job last night, please never ever mention look or anything like that. If you ever say, she did look really great, that's the end of your political career, so I wouldn't say a thing like that. How about her opening where she said, thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her, Deb? Debbie Lesko, she's a winner. Is that Sheriff Joe? Oh. That's Sheriff Joe. Look at that. A legend. You know, Sheriff Joe's looking at these clowns where they have no idea what they're doing, where people come in by the millions. He had nobody come in. Remember, he dressed everybody in pink. Remember that? Right? Is that right, Joe? They had to dress in pink. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing. It wasn't bad. I mean, you know, you got a lot of killers that had it. But pink underwear, pink undershirt, and a pink outfit. Because he didn't want them coming into our country. Do you remember Arizona when Sheriff Joe was at the border? You didn't have people coming in. I think for the 1 year he had one person come in, but they got him. Now we have 3 million people coming in through your border. Oh, through the whole thing. It's ridiculous. It's not. Joe, it's an honor. And I'll tell you, people didn't treat you right. You are a legend, and you did a job like nobody else. True. Great going, Joe. And we love your wife. I lost his wife a few years ago, and she was a hell of a woman, right, Joe? But she's looking down at you, and she's proud of you. She said, you did very well with this group of people. But I've known you for a long time. There was nobody like him. He understood the border better than anybody, and he ran it fairly. He ran very fair, but he ran it strong, and they respected him. They didn't even try. So thank you very much, Joe. Your wife she's proud of you. She's proud of you. Very proud of you. We're grateful to be joined tonight by the founder of Turning Point Action, a gentleman named Charlie Kirk.
All right, guys, we'll probably go like another minute or two because you can talk all night. If you guys want to listen to Trump, you can.
What a job he does. I said, Charlie, do me a favor. We got this thing won, but do me a favor. Make sure they don't cheat. The only way they can do anything is if they cheat like hell, and we've been victims of that. Make sure they don't cheat, Charlie. We don't need the votes. We just want to make sure that they don't cheat. Hello, Sheriff. How are we doing? How are you guys doing? Good. Thank you. We need every sheriff to get over there, every law enforcement official, because we got the votes. We got to make sure everything's on the up and up. Charlie and his team of people, I mean, he's got hundreds of thousands of young people. It's actually quite discriminatory. Charlie, have you ever been sued by old people for not accepting them? He's got the youngest looking group of people, and they're warriors. They're unbelievable. The job Charlie has done is incredible. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. The job he's done is really incredible. Also with us is an incredible congresswoman who has decided to go into a certain board. Do you know what I'm talking about? The most important board maybe in the whole country. And she's going to make sure everything's on the up and up. Debbie Lesko. Debbie, thank you, Congresswoman.
All right, we're gonna.
Thank you, Debbie. You make sure, Debbie.
We're gonna trans off
She
this.
just
If I
won a
can,
big election by a massive.
if I can lower it. Did Carrie Lake talk tonight yet? Anyone?
Don't know.
All right. Oh man. Well, we have Angela here, so I'm going to go to Angela. Angela, you heard Trump talk about it. You were at the DNC. How was it? What did you see there?
I'm going to be really honest. It was a little underwhelming for everything that they promised us.
Really?
Yes, I've been following this for like 6 months. They were supposed to have all these hundreds of organizations that were going to show up, and they gave all these bus plans of busing people in from all over the country. And they came out and they're like, we're going to give you Hell Week. And I'm like, okay, great, let's go. We're going to go capture some great footage. I got the footage of them bum rushing the delegate party at Navy Pier. Whatever. That was funny. That was hilarious. On Monday, a couple hundred protesters, not so much. On Tuesday, the Israeli consulate. So after Monday, when they broke into the fence, right? On Tuesday, they were all supposed to go to the Israeli consulate, and that's where everyone was kind of talking and saying, okay, this is kind of going to be where the danger starts, because they hate the Jews. This is where we're going to see some stuff. And about 100 people showed up.
Oh,
100 people showed up.
That's
Yeah,
it?
it was so. That's it. There was more press standing around them and more cops than there was protesters. However, there were arrests, and they did start punching the cops, and we got that on footage, and they were violent. But again, it was underwhelming. And then Wednesday rolled around, and it was the same actors. There was thousands there. I think like 2,000 to 4,000 were there. I did see a bunch of people on the FBI watch list that were there. Some fights broke out, arguments, but and then by Thursday, what was it? A couple thousand walking around again at night. That's when it got a little violent. Roz Alerts was there, so they were in the streets and they were pulling people out of their cars and punching people in the face.
That's a good way to get shot.
There were no. Actually, no, there was one shooting the entire week, which I'm surprised because I'm from Chicago. So in this area on the west side, I would never hang out at Union Park, especially at night. I never felt safer, so I do think the cops were all being there. But there was one shooting. Hang on, I have to pull it up. There was one shooting at a DNC delegate party. They were like at a restaurant, and as the guy was leaving, he got not one of the delegates, we don't think, but he did get shot. So there was one shooting this entire time, but it was underwhelming. It was a lot of screaming, a lot of noise. You walk around the city, people didn't even know that it was going on. I thought it was going to be chaotic.
Right.
I feel that it was very disappointing. They disappointed their comrades in arms across across the United States. I think New York does a better job. It's highly disappointing, especially because we have a little Palestine in Bridgeview, and there's like 30,000 of them, and all they needed to do was leave their homes and come downtown,
Right.
and they didn't do it.
So let me ask you a question, because you follow these jokesters a lot.
Yes.
Why do they go to DNC or Democratic rallies? Why do they not go to RNC stuff? I've kind of questioned that.
So I follow, yes, I do. I follow all their Zoom calls and what they're saying. A small group did go to the RNC, but they basically said they know where Republicans stand. They can't change their minds. So their whole point was to go out and put maximum pressure on Democrats so that the Democrats fall in line with them.
Interesting.
They think that they can turn Democrats more than they can Republicans,
Well,
which is true.
yeah, I mean, that definitely makes sense. And what was, I didn't really pay too much attention to Kamala last night. What was like the 30-second pitch that she had where she mentioned something about Palestine, but then also said she was going to back Israel and like pissed off both sides in 30 seconds, apparently?
A way to get votes. I don't know. I didn't I didn't listen to it. I was in the middle of kind of like the chaos that was going around, trying to get good clips and arrests and thanking officers and saying, hey, since you're finally allowed to do your job, let's do it. Let's arrest hundreds of them.
Right.
And they were all laughing.
So,
But
so Mark went out there. He's not in yet. He should be here soon.
yes,
How did Mark do, being at his first, massive DNC with the Palestinians?
he did great. He had equipment problems, I think, on the first day,
Yeah,
so that's why we didn't.
yeah,
Yeah, that's why unfortunately we didn't see him. So we're all running around like goofballs, and Mark's at Best Buy, and it was kind of sad. So he's like, I would get some great footage. Um, and he'll tell you, I think he learned a couple of valuable lessons about when you do these things. You can go live, but you have to kind of promote it more. It's more about getting the videos and being involved than just walking around, because these things happen so quickly and so fast that if you don't capture it right away.
right.
But he did great. I mean, he asked some good questions. He held his own. Some of them were like, why are you taking pictures of us? We don't understand. And he's like, oh, but it's a good background. Did you see the sign behind you? And really, like, we're just taking pictures of them because they're crazy.
Right.
Um,
So did you guys go? I saw him put a tweet out. Did you guys go to the Benny show?
we did.
Okay, cool. So, yeah,
We did.
tell us about that.
So we went to the Benny show, and he had Rod Blagojevich. So that was fun. They were watching the DNC and cracking jokes. But again, the whole time we're sitting there and we're watching these videos go out, and Mark didn't capture anything really this week. So we're like debating. We're watching Benny and we're sitting there and we're debating. We're like, we have to go out. We have to go out. We've got to go capture this.
Right.
So we were there for about an hour. But it was phenomenal. We spent time at Trump Tower with a bunch of people. We ate dinner there. Everyone was super nice. Met a bunch of people. Nick Sartor was with us. He got called. And Nick, he's got no game in this. He's not affiliated with Israel Palestine whatsoever,
Right.
probably doesn't know anything about it. He's standing in the crowd, and a woman looks at him and screams, Zionist! We've got a Zionist here! And Nick's like, what are you talking about? Because he doesn't know anything about this.
Right.
So we continue walking, and then these two guys come up and they start an argument with him, and they're like, you're a Zionist, you need to get out of here, and like grab his phone. He almost gets beat up, and I'm standing there like thinking this is hilarious, because if anyone, they should be yelling at me, not Nick.
Oh my God. Did you run into, I thought I saw a tweet. Did you run into that same guy that you had issues with in New York?
Yeah, I ran into all of them. Yeah.
So like if you go to one, do you see these fucking assholes like all the time?
Yes, so they're all paid agitators, a lot of them, and they travel. They're all in a network, and they get paid to go. So they travel from city to protest, whether it be pro-Palestine or politics or whatever it is, and they show up and they try to sow discord, and they try to, like, you can see them. They're like,
Mm-hmm.
they scream in the streets, and they try to get everybody rowdy so that things start. They're there for a reason.
Right.
There's also press. I don't know if you saw my post about Talia Jane.
No.
She was okay. Well, she's kind of a reporter from New York. She has a press pass,
Okay.
but she's Antifa, and she's got a whole Antifa network working with her. And she goes to all of these things and travels around with them. And we see her, she's standing in the corner, right? Like, we're right downtown off Michigan Avenue. She's standing in the corner and she's sitting there and she's filming us, trying to be all sly. And I turn around and I turn on my camera and I'm like, hey, Talia, how's it going? Welcome to my hometown. Welcome to Chicago. She's like, hi. And I'm like, how are you and your fake press pass, you Antifa bitch? And she gives, like, it was absolutely wild. So she went around telling everyone we were there and that we were like major right-wing fascists and stuff.
So the same
But yeah,
old
it was
shit. Tell me about
same old shit.
so okay, who and what is Crackhead Barney? It's like this black chick
Oh my
who
God.
puts all of this like talcum powder on her so she looks super ashy. And then she
No, she's white. She says she's white. It's whiteface. Her words.
Oh, it's whiteface. Got it. Okay. So she's black doing whiteface. And like I've seen her out, like Mark had some stuff before where she was like in a diaper and some other shit. Like, is that just her gig or is she legitimately like fucking weird?
Both.
Okay. So
Both.
she shows up in these ridiculous outfits and just talks to people, I guess is what she does.
Yes, the more outrageous she can be, the more views she gets. So we try not to give her any views because that's her thing. However, we were with CJ Pearson showed up and we were kind of talking about her and we're like, "Hey CJ, you want to meet Crackhead Barney?" And he's like, "Sure, why not?" So we bring him up and he's like, "Hey, I'm a major fan of your work." Never seen her before in his life. And basically, she called him out within 2 seconds. She's like, "You're a Republican. Look at your polo, to your shorts, to your shoes," calling him names, telling him that, he fucks white people. And then they like just pure comedy ensues for like 10 minutes. And then we get surrounded by like the pro-Palestinian people and they're all yelling at him. So I kind of almost feel bad we did that to CJ, but then again, it was hilarious at the same time.
So if you show up and you're not dressed like a slob, they think you're a conservative.
Correct. I mean, she wears diapers, whips out her boobs, and bends over and has like fake babies, and it's bad.
Does she have the butt
She goes,
baby? I'm not sure if you ever saw that. Did you ever see the
I
butt
think that
baby?
was I think that was her. The video of her in the middle of the street, like giving birth.
Well, yeah. So she did that, but there's an item called the butt baby, and it's like you give it to like these trans women, and trans women. Yeah, so you give it to trans women, and you're supposed to like put it in your ass, and it simulates giving birth to a baby. And we actually had it. It was like, how long ago was this now? I think Cliff, you were still around. I know G was. We we're going to give a butt baby to Mark so he could take a picture with it, but we never actually got it. It comes in like white, like yellow, and like the darkness of black. But you can buy these butt babies.
Okay, no, did not see a butt baby. Thank God. You don't understand the videos I have of this woman last time when I was in New York. She decided it'd be a great idea to change into her costume in front of everybody, butt naked.
Ugh.
So unfortunately, I have that on film. She was yelling at Rudy Giuliani's son. Remind me of his name.
Is it Andrew?
Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew, right? So she was yelling at him. It's just her shtick. She shows up everywhere, and then she says that she's a pro Hamas homosexual whore, and starts like humping people.
Wow. Question that we're all kind of trying to get around, and I know Nick met some guys on the street and started taking a video, and they had a U-Haul. Who pays for this circus to go on the road?
Okay, so that specific one I found out. Let me find it. It was on his hat, and it had to do something with Black Lives Matter and another organization. So they're all NGOs, and they're all linked together. The main guy who did the march on the DNC, who ran it all, runs United States Palestinian Community Network. And he started SJP, which is Social Justice for Palestine, and AMP, American Muslims for Palestine, with the rest of them. And they all go out together. I think it's a bunch of Westpac people paid by Soros. Sometimes I can find um, some money from like even Levi's. The Levi's company, like the daughters of them, they give them money. So they're all paid and they're all connected. And they've been doing this for 30 years. And they just go out there and they give them supplies, whatever they need. And they just show up wherever they go. They pay for the buses, they pay for everything just to cause chaos.
And this is just what they do.
This is just what they do. I mean, Hatam earned, I think, what did we find? Like $123,000 last year from his one organization alone. We went through all his tax forms.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kev's here if you want to bring him up. He was with me the entire week.
He's up. Kev, Angela is giving us the breakdown. I'm waiting for Mark to get here. What was it like, man? Was it what you expected? What did you see out there?
Well, honestly, you know what? The Columbia protests and the UCLA stuff, many people saw and thought very rightly that these were stupid college kids that, half of them didn't know what the hell they were talking about, and then the tents. And let me tell you, what I saw in Chicago were people who were organized, well funded. And look, obviously, I think they're incredibly wrong. I think that many of them are terrorists, if not terrorist supporters.
Right.
But as somebody who has run protests before, has run rallies, has done stuff like this, they knew what they were doing. They had organized, I don't want to say security, but captains that were keeping everybody in line, marching down the street in an organized manner. They had a sound system that cost thousands of dollars.
Wow.
It was well organized, and that scared the shit out of me. Because if this was just a bunch of ragtag college kids marching down the street or setting up tents, I probably wouldn't mind so much. But to see what I saw, to see Cornel West show up at it, a presidential candidate, technically, I mean, not really, but technically, that was what really got to me. And that was what really struck me out of the whole thing.
What was Kev? What was your kind of highlight of the weekend? What was something that you were either expecting to see, not expecting to see, notwithstanding all of you guys showing up and showing out and doing all your Trump Tower on the top, beautiful skyline and wine and yeah. We all hate you for that. Outside of that, what was something on the ground that you saw that you were like, wow, that's weird, that's fucked up?
Wait, Kev, tell him how much you love Chicago now, though.
No way.
Oh yeah,
he does.
You know what? It's so interesting.
Everyone does.
Oh my god,
it's such a beautiful city. Just the people suck.
So you hear about the crime, you hear about all the nastiness and all that. Downtown by Trump Tower, by the arena, was beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. Now, when Mark gets in here, make sure you compliment him on finding the single most vile, disgusting apartment in the entire city of Chicago. I mean, he couldn't have found a shit. You ever see Rocky?
Yeah.
I told you not to stay there. You guys said we want to be close. I said don't stay there.
Yeah. So okay, hold on.
So shittiest, but no. But
so when his trainer comes up and Rocky's in the place and it's horrible and it stinks in there, are we talking that bad?
Yo, there was a color in the shower that I have never seen porcelain make. I didn't even sleep under the covers. I slept on top of the covers.
And Angela said, "Don't stay there."
Yeah, but Mark was obsessed with No, we got to do Airbnb. Look, it wasn't cheap. It was definitely cheap. But guess what? Next time I'll shell out the extra $90 for the fucking Marriott. Okay.
Well, he is a big Airbnb guy. I mean, he is usually pretty good on that. But
I'm telling you, he might be pretty good. His average just went down.
No,
and then
the Airbnb, it's where you guys stayed, and I told you not to stay in that neighborhood, and y'all didn't listen.
Yo, there was some lady in a wheelchair that was just waiting outside of our building the whole weekend, just in case I wanted to have a cigarette, so she could steal one from me. She was there for a full 70 hours.
So was it the room or was it the building that you were at?
Okay, it was definitely the building because the staircase to the building wasn't it wasn't part of the building. It was an add-on on the side. Like when you walked up the stairs, you saw the brick from the original building inside of the hallway.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm never I'll stay with Mark again. No problem. Mark's great. Yeah. I'll stay with him. But at the Hyatt.
Right. So I have to ask now. I mean, what kind of a deal was it? I mean, it had to be a great deal, like $39 a night, right?
It was $100 a night.
Oh God.
But
is it that expensive downtown?
I mean, look, I wasn't going to stay at Trump Tower.
Right.
I wasn't, because I can't afford that. I wasn't going to stay at the Waldorf, but I got no problem with the Motel 6.
Right. Right.
There was a nice place in Wrigleyville for the same price. They just would have had to Uber it a little bit further.
I'm
They told
telling
me
you.
no.
But no, but honestly, like, and I genuinely mean this. I'm being silly, but a big shout out to all the reporters that were down there on the ground: Angela, Mark, Nick Sorter, Roz Alerts, Alia Scootercast, Cam. What Angela? What's Cam's last name?
Cam Higby, if you don't follow him, oh my
Cam
God, is
Higby.
he
First off,
amazing?
he came down in like full, I'm ready to be a war correspondent outfit. He was so much more prepared than any of us. Shout out to Savannah Hernandez and Tyler Hansen. What they do, man. This was my first time on the ground doing anything like this. Man, I'm fucking hooked. I am so addicted. I'm never missing something like this again. The adrenaline was pumping. It was great. But it was the people that do this all the time, whether they work for a network, Elad Eliyahu, I think that's his name, that works over at Timcast.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the ground all the time. Like, the people that do this, I get why they do it. If you've never done it before, I would suggest doing it. Go down, film. I mean, Ben Berkram over at Real America's Voice, he's on the ground all the time. Like, shout out to all these guys. You see their stuff on Twitter, you share their stuff on Twitter, but to be there and to watch them all work, Cam Higby is a savage. I will follow that guy into any war zone.
He was climbing trees. You have no idea. We're all marching, getting all this footage, and all of a sudden, 2 blocks down, Cam's climbing a tree to get the best footage you could possibly
Yo,
imagine.
the funniest part, he was in the tree, and like some old lady with a New York City press badge was like looking at him, and he shifted, and some of the bark fell off the tree and hit her directly in the face, and she threw a temper tantrum, and because I can't take anything seriously, I was laughing.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, it was so great. The thing was, is like, so we're marching with them. I'm trolling them the entire time because they all know me, and I'm like wearing sunglasses, and I got my extensions back in so they don't notice me, and I'm walking next to all of them after I talk so much shit about them online. And like all of a sudden we're walking and we see 4 to 5 of them, and they just bust out and they hit up the CTA line. We all look at each other and we gun it and we follow them all there. And then all of a sudden we run upstairs and they're like throwing water bottles at the cops, and one of them throws like a coffee, and the cop just smirks. He just smiles and he's like, I know what he's thinking in his head. He's thinking, yes, I get to arrest someone. And he just takes this girl and starts dragging her down, and her friend with her. And like, we caught it all on camera. So it's all action packed, real quick, real fast. You have to notice everything. And like, again, Cam Higby is one of the best people to have on the ground.
Yeah. Well, let me go to G, and then we're going to talk about DNC and RFK and Trump coalition, right? I guess just real quick, what I've seen is I've seen a lot of merging here, and then I've seen people that are just, just totally fucking TDS, like I think Chris Nelson is just having a fucking breakdown today. But
Yo, I love how sad he is.
it is weird that like just some of his stuff is just so unhinged. He's reposting Kamala Harris now and Kamala Harris HQ, and it's like bro, like just go vote for her. It's
Well,
fine.
yeah, like, look,
It's fine.
Not for nothing. The guy has frosted tips. 1998 called. They want their fucking haircut back. Like, he
You guys
looks
know
like
I know him, right? I met him.
he
Like,
looks like
he's
Lance Bass. Like,
yes.
like not Lance Bass. Like now that he's out, Lance Bass. Like while he was in the closet when we all knew already.
Yeah,
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No. Of course. I mean, I happened to meet him one time when Mark sent me down to Fort Lauderdale to some fucking tranny show. And I went down there and it was raining and I was fucking miserable and I don't like doing this field shit anyway. And then, G, was that you?
Yeah, it was. I said that.
What's up?
And then all of a sudden you got monkeypox.
No. And then he got punched in the face by Antifa. Like it's fucking recorded. There's these cops that show up and there's these two chicks, and they're like, I don't know, 5'5", 100 pounds, and they're putting their jacket on and they're putting their tack vest on. And while this is happening, the conservatives and Antifa are like barking at each other, and I'm yelling at them. Like, you can hear me yelling, like there is a fight. They're about to fight. And somebody from Antifa punched Chris right in the fucking face. I didn't know who he was then.
Couldn't we have had that this week? Like, that's what I wanted. That's what we came out here for.
Was he
Like,
there? No, probably not, right? Yeah.
no,
Yo,
not
Ben
him. But
Oh.
Bertram
like,
almost got jumped. Ben,
well, okay, so
when they
I'm
were lighting the
standing next
flag
to
on
him.
fire, Ben
Yeah.
ran in and tried to grab the flag, and then I'll be honest, some pretty big dude like got in his face, and like if he had like they were real close to throwing hands, and Ben's a friend of mine, so I'm really happy they didn't get into a fight because I promised everybody that I went to Chicago with both kidneys and I was planning on coming back with both. But if that would have happened, I definitely would have gotten the ever loving shit beaten out of me. And not because I'm a bitch, but because there's like a lot of them.
No, but Kev,
Kev's like,
I
no,
was
because
standing
I was a
right next to
bitch.
him.
Nah, look, I could take like 4 or 5 of them soy boy bitches. But like 15, 10-year-olds could probably beat the shit out of a regular person. Like,
Right,
there's just too many hands.
Too many hands.
Listen, I'm standing right next to Ben. I'm looking at him. I'm like, hey, nice to meet you, whatever. Kev's somewhere behind me. And all of a sudden, they start lighting the flag on fire. Ben rushes in and he's like, don't you ever burn the American flag. We're not here for this. This guy gets up in his face. And I don't know if you saw me in New York with Loomer, like playing bodyguard. I'm all like 5'6",
Yeah.
and, $120, standing out there. And I'm like geared up. Like, I'm like, okay, well, if they start punching him, I'm going to have to join in because I'm like, what is going on right now? So there was action, but
Yeah, I do.
yeah.
I do way too much stuff with Ben at like different events to not like take a beating with him because then next time I see him, I'm gonna feel like a bitch. So I'm gonna have if he like jumps in and gets punched in the face, like I'm gonna have to get punched in the face. That way, next time I see him, it's not like yo, you didn't help me, and I look like a bitch in front of everybody. So like, and some of the you look in fairness, some of them were pretty big. Like they weren't these like college soy boys. They were like legit jihadists.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them were definitely. Some of them you could see had like a vitamin D deficiency, and they were like really good in college football 25. But like a few of them were gigantic.
No, it's not even just that. I was pointing out to all of them, and I'm like, okay, this is this guy. He's been on the FBI terrorist watch list. This is this guy. He's like, he's been in this. He's been in that. He's linked to Hamas. He's linked to PFLP. He's linked to this designated terrorist organization. And they're all just standing there around like, what is going on? And I'm like, I have no idea. But they're all here,
Yeah,
and they're all congregating in our streets.
I'm gonna tell you one real funny story about Angela, right? So we got this great shot, right? We're right between the line of Israeli of Jewish protesters and the Palestinians yelling or whatever, and this guy starts talking about 1968, and all of a sudden I feel 5 nails dig into my forearm, and she drags me like over the police line, knocking out media figures. Something's about to happen. Something's about to happen. And I'm like, we just had great fucking spots. Like, if they clack off a vest, I want to get that shit on video.
Listen,
This little girl dragged my fat ass right out of that thing.
listen, Bill Ayers was there. And I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he was part of the Weather Underground. And they used to set off bombs around Chicago and New York in 1968 and 69 for the Vietnam War. And he's walking around with all his people, and he's got a younger generation with him. So I'm thinking they're screaming 68, they're screaming 68. We're hearing that there might be possible bomb threats all over the city. I'm like, yo, I'm just going to move over here for 5 minutes. I'm taking Kev with me. If nothing happens, we're going back in. And we did. So
Yo, she
better
dragged me
safe than
out. She's like,
sorry.
something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. It was. I appreciated her concern for my safety. Can you stop bitching, bro?
G, go ahead.
Sorry, my dog's whining.
That's all right. G.
Jesus. Anyway, I don't know why y'all go and stay anywhere with Mark, who takes $15 flights. You know, you had Angela. She could have advised you. Sound like she did. You would have not had to worry about bed bugs. And then on top of all this, y'all are eating at
hold on. He takes he takes $15 flights because he finds the good ones and he has a pass. Come on.
Yeah, you look. I'll stay at the Trump if you want to fund it.
I'm sure he
But
has a parachute on too.
if
He
you're
doesn't have a parachute.
if you're a citizen journalist like us, relying on Twitter revenue to fund your operation, you stay where there's a roof, unless you want to pay for it.
Wait a minute. I send Mark money and he's having cocktails on the roof of Trump Tower, smoking a cigar and eating dinner there. I want a refund or at least a doggy bag. What the But anyway, no, I get it. Listen, Angela knows she's been around. She knows the players. I've seen a couple where I don't know how y'all do it. I really don't. I give you kind of mad credit because if someone got up in my face and was screaming, that'd be the like all hell would break loose. I'd be either dead or arrested, or people would be dead around me, but you ain't getting up in my face. It ain't happening. I don't care if I'm 90. Don't try and get up in my face. And how you guys go there and put up with that? Like, Kevin, you know us New Yorkers. We ain't, do not look at me crooked, let alone come within my body space. I don't know how you do it. I saw what happened with Nick. It's incredible. I definitely, Kevin, I'm going on one of these trips. I want to be there in the midst of it with y'all. We'll probably all end up arrested, so save up. But I think
It's no cash bail here, and we'll be out in an hour. It's fine. I warned everyone. I'm like, it's
Yeah,
cool.
but
We're good.
is that
if it don't work like that for us?
right? So is that for
That's
everyone,
true.
or is that just for the lefties?
I don't know. I'd finagle us out. I'd finagle us out some
Yeah,
way, somehow. We might be there for 2 hours instead of one, but
talking
somehow.
has to go on because
Wait, so have we decided whether or not Miss G is paying for our flight next time?
I'm not paying for your shit. Ain't happening. And I'm not staying in a flea bag hotel. That ain't me. I'm like, listen.
So then don't yell at us about our homeless encampment we stayed in.
Hang on, Kev, that was you. I drove home every night and slept in a king size bed.
Well,
It
Well,
was great.
really, we booked the crappy room because we were waiting for Angela to let us crash on her couch, but she didn't get the memo.
oh, God, moochers. Listen, she told you about a better place a little bit further of an Uber, and y'all couldn't.
Yeah, I wanted to play with her dog, but she didn't get the hint.
Oh my God, Jack! I can't believe that Jack is so quiet here.
I'm here. You can start the space.
You're such an idiot, Jack. Did you watch any of the DNC?
I saw a concert. There was a concert in Chicago that I watched. It was pretty entertaining.
What concert was that?
I don't know. I just saw a bunch of brothers on stage with drums and shit.
Oh yes, I do remember that. I do remember that. Now, Angela and Kevin and for Mark as well. Did you guys ever go inside, or you just kind of watched it? I guess on TV or iPad.
There was no
Gotcha.
going inside.
Okay.
After they broke the fence the first day, they built another one. I'm honestly like really proud of everyone that works security there. They did such an amazing job. Can they not just do that for Democrats when they come visit in? Can we not have special privilege? Because I'd like that in my city all the time. That would be great. I do want to tell you guys about one fight that we saw. Okay, so did you guys see that purple haired girl that was walking around with like the racist
You just
signs trying to
described half of
antagonize everyone?
Chicago.
Hold on. Was that the girl that
Yeah.
had the sign that said the N word like spelled out on it on cardboard, or no?
Correct. And then she had like, the white
Right.
replacement theory
Uh-huh.
and whatever. So she was out there provoking people. She was wearing like an SS shirt. Turns out she may or may not be Jewish. I
What?
wish she
That's weird.
wasn't because
Wow.
that they found that's what I said. I'm like, could we not? But I guess Antifa found her and doxed her. But anyways, at one point she gets in an argument with crackhead Barney, and then the pro-Palestinian people are standing there and they're looking at me of all people and asking me questions about what's going on. And I'm like, okay, well, let me tell you. I'm like, she's racist. I'm like, but she's a paid propagandist, and this is all gonna hurt what's going on, what you're trying to do here. So they're all three-way arguing with each other. And then the next day they remember her. She doesn't have her wig on, so she's got bright orange hair, and she's screaming the N-word at people, and then she gets her ass beat. I mean, literally beat to the ground. And someone tries to, like her friend that was with her, try to defend her, and he gets beat up. So they were just waiting for the moment to beat up this girl because she was going around starting things. And you know what? I don't really blame them at this point. I'm not on their team, but it is what it is. So yeah, she was walking around. She got tomatoes thrown at her at the Israeli consulate. She was reckless and wild, and it was
Who
fun
carries around
entertainment.
tomatoes?
I don't know. They also had lighter fluid.
Oh,
They had
God.
so they were carrying around this speaker with this big bag of lighter fluid, and then they were screaming 68. That's why I was like, Kev, we gotta go. Like I saw the lighter fluid. I'm like, what is going on? But again, nothing happened. So thank God.
Oh, man.
I thought 68 was like some kind of crazy sex position.
Look,
So ridiculous.
You're a couple. You're a number off there.
The year you were born, Jack.
What? What are you talking about?
IG, go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, just think about this. Half the country is absolutely butt fucking sane. Like these are some crazy people. They're carrying around tomatoes, lighter fluid. They're screaming the M. Like what is going on here? Where is the no? And these
Listen,
people
you
are
don't know when you don't know when you're going to run into a rogue Sally. I need to carry around tomatoes.
listen, Clifford. They're your people, Clifford. You own
Your
them.
people, Cliffy.
I know they're always my people. You check into your crazies lately?
My crazies ain't burning
They haven't
down
done.
their carrying those and calling people N-words.
They haven't done anything.
No. Candace has been lovely lately. Lovely.
Candace isn't our person.
She knows. We don't claim her.
No, definitely not.
I don't claim her.
I'd like to 68 her though, huh?
Jack. Yeah. Speaking of Candace, what's her current grift? Like, she leaves.
Juice. Mossad did it all. Mossad is behind everything.
Oh wait, Andrew got the Tates arrested again, and he also, what else did he do? He had them raided. So it was really interesting what's going on. And now I am being blocked by my fellow Catholics, and I'm not only Mossad, but I'm Likud. I don't know how that works out, but
Well, welcome to the party. They told me that I was a super secret agent spy. I work with the IDF to take people out on Twitter. They're not dealing with a war. They're dealing with me specifically so that I can get them all suspended on Twitter.
Weird. Just weird stuff.
yeah, I forgot to, but just so you all know, I forgot to mail out my papers to Farrah, so please don't be upset.
Free, what's up, man? Free, I just brought you up. New account, not many posts. I took the bait. I brought you up. What's going on? And you're not going to say anything. You haven't spammed my nest yet.
Stage fright.
Free.
I could do that stuff for you if you like.
No, that's okay. And Free's gone. And he
Keep that thing in your pants,
he
Jack.
dropped himself. Paul, what's up, man?
Hey, did you see Kyle's post about the good news about 922 getting restricted even more? So now illegal aliens can carry guns and we can carry machine guns. Freaking awesome.
No. What happened?
Hang on, I can't hear anyone.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop and come back up.
All right.
So a federal judge in Kansas said that a guy who was caught with one of those automatic Glocks, because it had a Glock switch in it, because the Second Amendment can't be infringed upon, as per Bruin, they basically said that the charges against him were no good.
What did they charge him with? Did they charge him with an actual
922?
No, I know 922, but there's different sections. Like, did they hit him with the machine gun or no?
Yes, they hit him with the machine gun, and that was thrown out.
Wow. Really? So I'm assuming what you're talking about is a Glock with like that little fucking switchy thing.
Yes, sir. And he also had a AR-15 but 300 blackout also set up. So they charged him with a machine gun, both of them, and he won in federal court. Yay!
Wow.
Do we have thank you cards? I don't understand. Or
Okay, so what Paul is saying, G, is that under 922 under federal law, you can't have. This goes back to with I'm not sure what year it was, probably like 86 with Reagan, but anyway, you couldn't have a machine gun, and not many states have a machine gun per se enhancement, but the feds do. And so this guy apparently had a Glock with a switch that made it automatic. And Paul, did his attorney file like a motion to dismiss, and the judge granted it, or like what was it? Was it a 12b6 motion? Was it a trial? Like what happened?
Yeah, I didn't read the whole thing. I started reading it, and Cliff Space started, so I stopped reading it. I have it. I could forward it to you so you could peruse it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But the judge's decision's pretty clear, and I think it was a 922F machine gun charge. So,
wow, you definitely don't see those too often. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea where Mark is, man. I don't know where Mark is. I was gonna have Mark come in and debrief us, but I don't know where he is. But outside of that, so we're probably gonna wrap sooner than later, because then Cliff, we can head back to your space. What's your guys' take though on this RFK thing? Do you think it's going to be a smooth transition, or I mean, I'm seeing more than not. I'm seeing people, at least on Twitter, right? Being like, yeah, we're cool, and people are following each other. I don't know. And then obviously when this happened, I was like, well, because like the true hard, like DeSantis people who were like, fuck Trump, they were never going to be with Trump anyway. So, those people there as well. And then there's other people saying, well, I wanted to vote for Kennedy. Now he's gone. Now who do I vote for? Right. Well, you can't vote for Kennedy if he takes himself out of the race. So, Angela, what's your thoughts?
Okay, let me tell you a funny story about last night, and it's to this point. So after everything is said and done, we're standing out there. Well, earlier we see all like this RFK caravan go by, and they're like saying vote for RFK, and we're like making fun of him. We're like, he's gonna withdraw from the race. Like, why are you guys out here? And they're like, oh, tune in at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So later on in the end of the night, we run into them again, and they're like, you're gonna want to interview us. You're gonna want to interview us. And we're like, no, we're okay. And we get to talking, and they're like, you're going to want to interview us because tomorrow you're not going to believe your ears what announcement he's going to make. And we're just sitting there like, okay, whatever, crackpots. Like, he's withdrawing. He's going to go for Trump. I get it. And we're talking policies and everything. And this one girl, she was a former Trumper, but then she decided to be RFK. And she's like, but I think I may vote for Trump again. So the entire time we're just joking around thinking like this is no big deal. And I am kicking myself in the butt right now because I didn't know RFK was going to go up there today and completely destroy the Democratic Party. Okay. And then he was going to come out and support Trump, take himself out of swing states, keep himself in the other states so that they can vote for him so that the votes don't go for Kamala. And I'm sitting here like, what did I just do wrong? Because this lady was begging me to interview her, and all three of us were standing there thinking, no,
So
thanks.
who were they exactly? So they were riding around in what? In like an RFK bus?
So yeah, there's an RFK bus, and they had a bunch of people inside it, and then there was a caravan, so they had like at least 10 cars, and they're going around the pro-Hamas crowd telling everyone to vote for JFK. And then when you finally like talk to them, they're like, well, he's not withdrawing, just pay attention at 1 p.m. tomorrow. You're gonna want to make sure you listen to this interview. And they're warning us the entire time, and I'm thinking they're crackpots. No, I'm the idiot. I think it's a good thing. I even told the lady, I'm like, listen, if he drops out and becomes a cabinet member and does something about the vaccines and does something about our horrible food and everything that goes into it, I'd be really happy. I think that's a good position for him. And she just smiled at me knowingly. And I'm an idiot because I didn't interview her because she's just smiling at me. And she goes, yeah, doesn't that sound like a great idea?
Yeah, that.
God.
You know what's great? Crypto, you know what's great?
Up?
How fucking great is it that they fucked him and now he fucks them? Like, this is a legitimate fucking, right? This isn't like a ceremonial fucking. They're taking it in the ass, right, for what they did to him.
You know what, Jack? That's also awesome about it too is that look at how big the tent has gotten with people that were shying away from the actual policies, and now we're just taking them into the tent and saying, you know what, your policies aren't bad. Let's bring them too.
Right.
You know, that's funny, Paul. I was just about to say that. Their policies align in a lot of places. Certainly, there was things RFK believes in that a lot of MAGA believes in, right? That's for sure.
Right.
And you're not going to give this guy, you're not going to put this guy in your administration on a ceremonial basis. Like if you put fucking RFK in your administration, which he's going to have to do, right? That's part and parcel of this fucking deal. Who are we kidding?
Right.
RFK is going to be fucking effective. Like this guy's going to do shit.
Nobody.
And I actually, for one, I look forward to it because I'm kind of against the vaccines. I'm starting to look at even the childhood vaccines and a little bit sideways. And dude, if they did it to us with the COVID, what's to say they haven't been doing it to us with a lot of these vaccines? We don't know.
Jack, why are they? So I was talking to them about this last night. Why are they giving babies on day one out of the womb hepatitis C shots? It's a sexually transmitted disease, and unless the mother has it, the child doesn't need it. But they're giving it to the children 1 hour straight out of the womb. Everyone gets it. I'm not okay with it's a sexually
No, it's
transmitted
horrible.
disease.
The question is this. I wonder, do you have as a mother, do you have the legal right to say, don't stick any fucking needles in my kid when he comes out?
So we were talking about that too. You do, but they pressure you and they tell you, oh, well, you need to do this. It's on the list of things that you need to do. It's good for your child. And I think one thing that they say is like, well, if your child is on the playground and happens to fall on top of a needle and gets hepatitis C, which you can only get from shared needles, then it's better for them to have the vaccine. And so someone had asked the doctor, well, how many cases have you seen of this? And they said none.
I spoke to a lady today. She runs a rescue, like an animal rescue. And I was just asking her questions because she's not a vet, clearly, but she's been doing this. I mean, thousands and thousands of dogs, right? And I guess cats too. But I asked her, I said, how often do you get your dogs? Because she's got 3 dogs of her own. How often do you get your dogs? She's like, I don't fucking vaccinate my dogs. I'm like, you don't even get them like the rabies shot? And she's like, I do get them the rabies shot in like year 1. She's like, but the rabies shot lasts like 14 years in a dog. She's like, how fucking old do you think the dog's going to be? I'm not letting them jab the dog. So
14
like
years, they make you get it like what? Every 2 or 3, every 3
when
years.
I go to the vet, they
Yeah.
try and stick my dog every fucking time. And the medical industry is no different, right? They're trying to stick you with something every fucking time you go to the doctor.
While we
Jack,
have
how many times have you gotten the rabies shot?
Jack
I'm
fucking
gonna put some rabies in your ass, Cliff.
Jack's a fucking host. While we're talking, Scott, if you want to come up, I'm curious. The more I see these maps, it really seems like Pennsylvania is where this thing may run through. Not excluding Georgia and the shit that happens down there, which I'm still mind boggled how Georgia can be so close. But anyway, Scott, if you want to come up and talk about that.
Why do you believe it?
Why do I believe it?
Why do you believe that they're close? What makes you think it's fucking close?
Well, the fact that Georgia didn't go for him last time, and the fact that I've been to Georgia and I know what it's like in certain high populated areas.
Well, what do you mean Georgia didn't go for him last time?
Who won Georgia last race? Was it him?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know, dude. I wouldn't have asked you if I knew for sure. Did Trump win Georgia in 2020? Fuck.
Well,
fuck you.
Why do you think?
Fuck you. Shut up, Scott. Scott. Did Trump win Georgia in 2020? Scott Pressler. Scott.
Paging Mr. Pressler.
The persistence. The resistance.
He's persistently not answering.
The persistently not answering me. Doberman knows he's in fucking Georgia. Doberman,
man, why you gotta play crypto like this, man? All right, so Trump did lose very narrowly.
All right, Jack,
there was hardcore theft, but remember, everybody, what happened today? They say that 41% of America identifies as an independent. If we can get even half of those over,
Cliff identifies as an independent. Come on.
That's what they say.
And I'm independent.
Cliff is not independent.
See, I'm already getting 100s. I'm getting 100s on my screen. And then lastly, before I shut up and finish my work, everybody keep an eye on my account. I have been pissing off the anti-vaxxers and the groypers the last week, and I got mass reported. the screenshot said that my account had already been locked, but I immediately, knowing the game, reached out to a handful of you, reached out to some large accounts that I know could help repost, also started tagging some ex employees, and I also went back because the person that did it locked their account down and then reported me just for my comment about being supporting pedophiles. So,
oh my God.
yes, I think it's half Groypers crypto. I have pissed off the Groypers the last week that
That's okay.
they're irrelevant.
I do that every day, so
I'm with
you'll
you.
be all right.
I'm with you, Angela. But please keep an eye on me. If you
Kaplan,
see my account's gone,
um,
I need the Warriors to get me back. Thank you, G, for your help today.
By the way,
anytime, brother, anytime.
since we're
Listen,
talking since we're talking about Georgia, am I crazy or did Trump put out a truth or whatever the hell it is you call it on that fakakta app he runs?
He
that
likes Kemp.
yeah,
Him and Kemp are
They're buddies now.
they're buddies now. And I love how people are like, what the fuck? Fuck Trump. Why would he? Like, guys, he has to win these states. It
People
doesn't.
don't understand 5D
Right.
chess, crypto. They don't understand 5D chess. He had just gone on a national broadcast and said he was going to do everything he can, that we cannot allow Kamala in office. Kamala. And so he's playing 5D chess. But trust me, a lot of the things you hear, we get him in office. It's retribution time, baby. There's going to be heads rolling down 1600. Guaranteed.
Andrew's here, the slayer of all.
What's up, man?
Oh,
Andrew. Andrew, you there, bud?
Let Trumpomania run wild on you, crypto. Let Trumpomania run wild across America.
That was good. I gotta be honest, that was good. What's up, man? How you been?
Pretty good. What a great day. It really feels like Trump just won today, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It feels good. And Cliff, how do you feel? Cliff, I mean, he's one step closer. He has the third largest guy polling. Now RFK is back with Trump. How do you feel, Cliff? Give it to me straight.
Well, I'll ask you this: have you heard?
Oh my God, you got to ask me a question. Give me a fucking answer, Clifford.
The answer is I don't think it's moving the needle as much as you think it is.
Really?
One person.
I smell fear, crypto.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Listen, this news outshined the entire week of the DNC. All right, so I'm just saying.
That is true. And I'm curious on Trump Tuesday how the polling's going to look with Doug Kaplan because, she had the entire week. And it was funny, though, because, Cliff, I did think of you this week. When I watched the DNC, it was like I was watching you. So I'm like, Cliff, tell me about what policies you like and why you voting for Kamala. Well, I'll tell you this. I fucking hate Trump. And that's what I saw the entire week. So now I understand, Cliff. I do.
Can anybody tell me how many times they said President Trump's name Monday night alone? Anybody know the answer?
I'm going to go with 312.
It's like 146 times they said Trump's. They said Trump's name on Monday alone.
Hey, Cliff, when we win, Cliff, we're coming for you.
It was actually over 170.
We're going to come for you, Cliff.
No, Jack. We're going to celebrate with joy in our hearts.
No.
Both,
I'm coming for him.
We're going to have joy in our hearts when we put Cliff in a camp to reprogram him into MAGA.
That's right.
No,
you better wait to count the votes
arrested. That's what's going to happen, right, Andrew? Hey, Cliff, meet Andrew. He's singly.
He's what?
I'm still laughing over it. He took down the Tate brothers.
He did?
Yeah, it was him all by himself. Don't you know? You weren't in Candy's space the other day?
No, I don't. Who's Candy? And I know the Tate. I know the Tate brothers are like, aren't they in Bulgaria or fucking Romania or somewhere?
Romania.
Candy's related to Cinnamon, Cliff.
And what about Ginger?
Yeah, Ginger's too, Cliff.
Exactly.
Hey, listen, our friend Kevin, why is Free still floating around on my screen? Anyway, my friend
who?
Right here.
The guy you booted.
I didn't boot anyone. I brought him up to talk. He didn't want to talk.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, I thought you threw him out of the speaker box.
No. He dropped on his own.
Yeah, well, I still
But
say.
we're about to throw you out, Cliff. You keep it up.
Listen, Kevin had an announcement.
Talk a rough game with me there, Jack. You get me all excited.
Independent, shut the fuck up. Kevin had a great announcement today, and I think we need to learn how to move.
Kevin got monkeypox at the DNC because if you haven't seen the video, have you guys seen that video where they're singing and talking about how they quote got dick down at the DNC?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, Kev was there. I'm just kidding. Kev was not there.
It sounds to me like you might have bed bugs, not monkeypox, from that what you really
showed up, Crypto. Look.
It was somebody in a ball gag and a leather mask, Cliff.
I'll reserve those for Red.
There he is. Mark shows up an hour late, but here he is.
Hey, Kevin, real quick. I heard your little speech in Dustin's space when I was driving home tonight. Spot on, brother. Spot on.
There he is. Mark, can you hear me?
Up, swanky.
Yeah, this thing on?
Yeah, this thing's on. Look at yeah, yes. We were talking about the DNC and some of the highlights. What was your highlight, Mark?
Wait, Mark, tell them about your microphone stick. That was my highlight.
Cocktails in Trump Tower.
Mark, you're gonna get a lot of shit for that. People have been talking about it all night.
My refund or my doggy bag, one or the other, Mark.
I love you, Mark, but that was fucking great.
Well, yeah, which part? So, yeah, the just the main event of like 60 some people being arrested. I was sitting on the side of a bridge for about 2.5 hours trying to fix the microphone because I would say the intent was to do it live with Kyle Seraphin through his Rumble channel, and if stuff's not perfect it's not going to work. So streaming it through the channel and everything, the concept is I have two phones, one in my ear to hear him both on and off sort of the show, right? Like he can tell me things like, hey, go left, go right, go over here, and the people can't hear that, things like that. And then the microphone must work on the phone, but we've done it with and without external mics, and to do it sort of like that, it should have an external microphone. Anyway, so if the stuff's not perfect, it doesn't work right. Let me just close the door, get my cat out of here. But
Kenji is around.
So the point is, when we got there early, we got to the concert when there was nobody there, and he's telling me, hey, the sort of intros that I shot for the last hour, he's like, the audio's not right. So I sat down and I had to troubleshoot this. Long story short, the problem was that there was some kind of update with the phone, that the protocol to get the external microphone to work, the sequence changed. What plug has to go in first when you turn on the microphone, and so I couldn't figure that out. I couldn't figure it out. I had to research it. I had to troubleshoot it. I went through several chords. I did everything I could, and I had the choice. I said, I can my phones wouldn't stop blowing up the whole time, right? So the choice I had to make was abandon sort of the Kyle Seraphin show and just go and do it with my cell phone and upload it like pretty much like every other video journalist was doing and doing successfully. I could have went out there and done that with everyone else, but my decision was to that I didn't think that would be a good look to Kyle and or all his people and everything like that, as they expected to work with me. So I didn't want to abandon him. I worked it out to the very end, including going to Best Buy until it closed to try to buy a new microphone, and all that was unsuccessful. So that's how I ruined and missed sort of the main action. But I got.
But
There was
Mark, you had to
yes.
Wait a
tie
minute.
a
So there
stick to
wasn't
the
a Trump
microphone.
Cabernet Gay thing going on right there?
There was a what?
There wasn't a Trump Cabernet Gay thing going on right there?
Is that the theory? No, I did have witnesses that saw me on the bridge the entire time. So,
Yeah.
Mark, you
true.
need me to send my ex-wife on your next trip?
I don't know how that would help, but
that would she fixes a lot of shit. Apparently, that'd be funny.
oh,
Would that have been a fuck it, we'll do it live moment?
Actually,
well,
hold on,
yeah,
Mark,
right.
hold on, Mark. Tell us about the room that you and Kevin stayed in, and I guess Nick. Tell us about the room. Because I've heard a lot about the room. So go ahead.
I deserve a follow for that, Mark. You know what? That's it. I've been paying attention. God dang it.
I'm sorry, man. Hold on. I seen you there. Done deal.
I'm
right?
normally not one to complain, but God bless it. Between Rabbit Fucker in Georgia and now the Cabernet Gay thing now, yeah, I've earned it.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Trump is going to establish a commission to investigate the assassination attempt?
Nice.
Between that and RFK being on stage with him today, the deep state must be so upset right now. Like, I'm going to be praying for Trump this Shabbat because they must be so mad.
Yeah, now they got to hire 2 assassins.
No joke. Pray for Trump.
Speaking of Shabbat, Andrew, shouldn't you be at Shabbat?
No, I'm not on East Coast time right now.
Wait a minute, we gotta
we
gotta pray for Clifford.
What kind of Jews do we have in here? What's going on?
No.
Hey, shut the fuck up, Jack.
We're taking over.
I got time. Thank God. Lots of daylight.
You got time still. All right, Mark, tell us about the room. Let's hear it, buddy.
Oh, it was fine accommodations. What's
really? Are you sure? Because that's not. There's been a lot of talk about this room before you've gotten in here.
Didn't he just go spend like 2 weeks or a month in the woods with the army in a sleeping bag? So if everything's fine to him.
And then a month's worth of revenue in the hotel room.
Yeah. Well, I'm very, very lucky and happy. I have Angela, as a big help because she's from there, and I sent.
Who told you not to stay there?
I sent her some locations, and she shot them all down, and she sent me this one.
What? We did not hear this.
Mark.
Oh my God.
Deepens.
Oh, this is a big change.
It's true.
Angela,
Mark.
Hold on. You gave the thumbs up?
No, you said to me, I don't want to stay in Wrigleyville. I want to stay somewhere closer. And I sent it and I said, I would not stay here. This is not the area I would stay in. And you said, it's fine. I can stay there. I want to be in the action. So what's the difference?
God,
So
Angela,
we're gonna need
you
documented
just became
proof.
my new Twitter crush. Holy shit,
we need to see documented proof.
Yeah, hold on. We need to see the text messages.
Text messages. I have the receipts.
Yeah, I want to see the receipts.
So Mark, Angela said she wouldn't stay there.
Yeah, but she sent it to me.
No, right.
You told me I need to stay close, and I said this is the cheapest one. Everything else is $500.
Angela wasn't staying with us. She had
but my question. Hold on, Mark. My question is very direct. Did Angela say that she would not stay there to you?
To the one she sent, yes.
Yes. Okay. Now. Through this conversation, Kevin has been very eerily quiet, and Kevin's not a quiet person.
Oh, hey, Kev. Good to see you.
Yeah, Kev. So I want to ask Kev, is the room any better now that Mark is here?
Oh, dear Lord.
Kev?
He left.
Kevin.
I say this. As soon as we walked in, Kev took the nicer bedroom right away.
Was there a nicer bedroom? Because what I'm hearing is that the shower had a color he's never seen before.
Listen to this. As soon as we walk in, I have to go to the bathroom, and I walk in, and I'm like, oh man, this bathroom's gross. So I instantly, I'm like, I need to check the shower. I have a feeling. I look in it. There's this pink film surrounding it. And they put a bath mat on top of it. You know it's bad. I walk out and I go, you guys, you're not gonna want to shower for 3 days. Don't do it. Just smell. Everyone else is gonna smell.
Yo, I'm telling you right now, that bathroom was patient zero for AIDS.
Oh my God!
Like that's
Was there any spare kidneys?
No, but there was broken glass. We had to wait like an hour because apparently there was broken glass everywhere, and he was cleaning. I don't know. I have no. It was
Oh my
bad.
Well,
It was
God.
ages.
Does it?
has
Hold
this.
on. Does anyone have any pictures of this room?
No, I didn't think I
It was
didn't
that
want.
bad, Kevin. You
So
didn't take a
bad you
fucking.
didn't document
Oh
it?
my
Oh.
God.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you, like, yo,
brutal.
straight up, like 3 days there, I was nasty. Whoever
Listen,
sat next to me on that plane was not having a good
For
day.
the amount of crack that was probably slung out of that room, and the amount of homicides
Yo,
and
Mark,
the
tell them
amount of
about
doors that
Mark. Tell
went
them,
through crypto, it wasn't that bad.
Mark. Tell them about the staircase.
Yeah, yeah. Like so.
Yeah.
So, Mark, you have to describe it better than Kevin did. Kevin described it, and it's tough to understand how it's like not part of the original building or something. So,
How did he describe it? So it's a corner building, right? And
Mhm.
The apartment was on the second story, and it was actually the layout was it was actually really large. So from those cars that are really banged up, but from 10 feet away they look good. This is kind of like that situation, right? Until you get up close to it. So it's a corner. It's a corner unit, a corner building, and there's an alleyway and a main street. So we get there, and which was a whole big thing. We had to wait outside for him after. Kev's right. The guy heard us coming. We were a little bit early, and he needed more time to I guess throw the mat down in the tub. So he sacrificed a wine glass because Kev heard it smash, and and the guy blamed it on the last guests. So I crack jokes. I say it's cool. We're out there, having a beer, waiting. The point is, when we did this, when we came in, it was bright and sunny, so our eyes didn't adjust to this dark entryway and stairway up to the room, and it was all wood, and and it actually reminded you like of a deck, like you're walking up a deck, you can hear that, but we didn't think anything of it. So then when we came in at night, though, because our eyes were more adjusted to the low light, I look around and I
Because you're
realize,
seedy like that.
yeah, I realize you can see the whole thing, that you're on a deck with a roof, and and they just put some siding on it. So I'm like, and it creaks and it moves, and then you can see the side of the building. Like, it's not fake brick; that's really the exterior of the building. And I was like, I laughed. I'm like, wow, that would never fly in Jersey or New York or anywhere with building codes or anything like that. So
Yo, and then
I
and
will.
then and then hold on. There was a back room that had 2 doors. One of the doors only locked from the other side, and the other one opened up to some sort of rooftop or a balcony or something in the exterior.
right. So when they're like, "Hey, Mark, check." So I went in there because I was looking for tape or something. I needed tape to try to repair this situation, right, with my gear.
Angela,
So
is that what the tape was for?
Um, I heard you duct tape his balls so that he could become a tranny
It
outside.
smelled like ass and roast beef.
Did
But I
you
will
guys
say,
actually found the only alien stash house in Chicago
but
and
listen,
decided to live in it?
yes, but listen, I will say one thing. So I drive, I'm not going to tell you what kind of car I drive, but I drive a pretty decently nice car, right? I left my car out in that neighborhood for 2 days, and it was safe and it didn't get broken into. So all in all,
Wait,
not a
wait,
good
wait,
house,
wait.
but okay neighborhood.
We're all forgetting what happened at 2:30 in the morning when we got home. And I look down the street and I see what appears to me to be a stray dog.
It was a coyote.
It was a coyote in the middle of Chicago.
Yes.
Why?
What's wrong with that?
That's kind of weird.
Yo,
He
if I
started
saw
freaking out, and I looked at him. I'm like, yes, I
Not
have.
at all.
G,
It's
G,
Dude,
how
they're
long?
all over Atlanta. I see them in Atlanta all the time.
Nah,
How?
no, no, no.
That
G,
was
how
his
Yeah.
long you
stash
live in
house.
Brooklyn? You ever see a coyote?
Coyotes are way more adaptive than you people give them credit for. Not at all. They're throughout a lot of
Look,
cities.
look. Not for nothing. I didn't expect at 2:30 in the morning to see an apex predator making a left turn down the street. Okay, that was a little bit weird for me.
Come
It's
on,
following me
Coyote,
while I.
Apex Predator, Kev.
Kev,
people
it's
shoot them
following
with
me while I
22
drove
Yeah,
out.
Don't
now
get
They're
excited,
we're
bro.
getting a little,
Okay, I want
call of
to.
the
I want to.
wild going here.
they're like
I want.
33 pounds.
Yo, I want to be clear. Between Kevin Drunk and Coyote, I am not at the top of that fucking food chain. So it's an apex predator in that world, okay?
It's not a wolf.
Bro, I used to
Kev.
get paid to shoot them sons of bitches when I was like 8 years old.
If I had a gun, it would have been different. However, all I had was a vape and like half a pack of cigarettes and a real good buzz on.
That's
Kev,
enough
And
to
Chicago,
negotiate, isn't it?
everyone
okay,
has a
that
gun.
thing, not in Chicago.
Not
Only the
Oh my
criminals in
God.
Chicago.
coyotes.
Well, it's not like I could come bring it on the plane. First off, I'm from New York. None of us are allowed to have guns. Second off, I was going to
That
Chicago where only
explains
the
a
criminals
bunch.
have guns.
Was he carrying any Acme equipment?
You put it in your check luggage, Kevin.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have felt far more safe if he had like an Acme rocket strapped to his ass.
He
Kevin, it
was
was
Just
carrying
fine.
your spiked heels and your ball gag, Cliff.
Kevin, it was fine. By the time you guys went inside and I drove away, it was following me down the street and it ran across the main road and went to another neighborhood. You had nothing to worry about.
yeah,
They
but
make great pets. They're really good
for a minute
pets.
I did.
And beef jerky.
Yo, first off, I'm laying next to a really fat dog right
Believe it
now.
or not,
That's a
there's
great
people
pet.
out here that have coyote mixed dogs where I live. That's how fucking rednecky I am.
Yeah, but like just because you're not normal doesn't mean the rest of us
No,
have to
actually,
deal with
that
packs
is
of
normal.
coyotes.
That is normal. Just because your metropolitan perspective is not normal doesn't
Yeah,
mean the
See,
tell him,
rest of the
tell
world
him.
just like
isn't
that,
You
normal.
fucking
just like that woman,
cosmopolitan.
just
That's
like
right.
that
Tell
woman in
them.
Connecticut that got her face ripped off by the monkey. Just because you can have
It
a
was a
pet doesn't
fucking
mean you should have a
humongous
pet.
monkey, Kevin.
Hey,
Yo,
look, it was a chimpanzee.
That
And it
Yeah,
was all jacked
whatever.
chimpanzee,
up on
they
Xanax,
deserved it.
bro.
They were
Yeah,
abused.
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
it was jacked up on cocaine and
because
Mountain Dew.
everybody has those sapiens at their house.
yo, who just said the monkey was high on cocaine and Mountain Dew?
Me.
That
The
yo,
monkey was
first off,
coming
like
down. The monkey
He's
that
was
is
gonna come
jonesing
like
off
at you like a
Xanax.
spider monkey.
I'm pretty sure cocaine and Mountain Dew killed Rick James.
Yes.
Obviously, you guys haven't watched that freaking movie, The Planet of the
It's
Apes.
a hell of a drug.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug. Darkness.
So ridiculous. So, Mark, what was?
Yo, that's my favorite Chappelle episode when he's like, of course I put it all over his couch. He's Eddie
Oh,
Murphy. He can
bro,
buy another one.
the best skit ever, and nobody will ever discuss it. Starts with an N and ends with a RS, and it's a white
Oh, the
family.
the
Come on
the word
now,
I can't say, family.
GGARS. Come on now, that's the best. That's the
No,
best.
no. The best Chappelle show skit is the black white supremacist.
Oh
You're
yeah, Biggs.
Yes.
What was your name?
at
Biggs.
Yes.
at the end when the heads
Clayton Bigsby.
explode.
Yes.
Clayton Bigsby.
Clayton Bigsby
Oh,
is
that's funny.
fantastic, but I'm telling you, when
That and
he's
the
the
crackhead.
milkman, it's even better. It's hilarious.
Tyrone Biggums.
That and the
I,
crackhead. The
I
crackhead's
like
a
Yo,
that.
good one.
man,
The
dude, when
Black
he's
Bush was hands down Chappelle's best skit.
wait, which one?
Draft.
The cradle of civilization.
How about the racial draft where the Hispanics took Elian
Yep.
Gonzalez before the white people took him?
Too bad there's FUBU. Too bad there's FUBU.
Not gonna lie though, the Prince one was awesome too, man. Where he's like game blouses.
Yeah,
Oh,
where
dude,
he's dunking
he
on him.
cooked waffles for everybody, Chris. He cooked waffles for everybody. Remember that?
Yo, it's the shirts against the blouses.
All right, guys, I'm out. Have a good night. I'm gonna go get off my phone for Shabbat.
Shabbat shalom, Angela. I'm gonna get out of here too, actually. Although I think I
Shabbat and
might have
shalom.
more
Guys,
time
See,
than you.
tomorrow
crypto.
Angela,
They're observing
Angela,
Jews,
but before
crypto.
you go, just type in Dave Chappelle, Wayne Brady, and it'll make your whole weekend.
Dude, I've seen it all. I lived on
Does
that as a
Wayne Brady have
teenager.
to smack a bitch?
Bye,
What,
guys.
Break yourself,
Bye.
fool.
Chappelle telling jokes about me in London?
Yeah,
Break
Angela.
yourself, neighbor.
hey, let me say this, Angela, before you go, guys. I had no idea how in depth Angela's work is. I learned a lot from her. I'm grateful for her, amongst everyone else. But she specifically, she does so much reconnaissance and research, and I had no idea. So it was cool to work with her and around her and even follow her. when she knew what she was doing in certain places that like to free Palestine and all that stuff. So thank you, Angela. I really appreciate it, and I hope to return that favor someday if you come to Philly or anything like that, because that was it was impressive. Thank you.
You're welcome. I do research on a lot of things, so if you ever need anything, I'm your girl. I usually do it in the background, but I got you. All right, bye,
Yeah,
guys.
so if you guys have ever sent out a picture you shouldn't send, just know Angela can find it.
Dude, listen,
Back.
there's a difference between internet researchers and actual researchers, and Angela is an actual researcher. So if you're ever wondering how, for example, Laura or others always have rock solid information, it's because there's this person in the background that is a pro at what she or he does, and Angela is a prime example of that person. So specifically, actually, so that is the way it goes. And so she's one of the best.
Well, thank you guys. You just made my Shabbat. All right, bye.
Goodbye,
Bye.
Angela.
I want to
I
say
am.
goodbye to my new friend G Tweets before I go. Thank you for bringing up me. Yeah, I beat up the Tate brothers pretty badly, and then people said that I sent them to prison. I didn't send them to prison. Okay, that I didn't do.
No,
Nothing to do with that.
That's what they're trying to say about Andrew. But no, he did not single-handedly take down.
Andrew, what did you do to the Tate brothers?
No, I didn't send them to prison.
Andrew.
But I will say, on that space, I called for peace a whole bunch, and 2.3 million people watched it, and it was a lot of critics of Trump, like Trump-friendly people that are criticizing him. And just now at this speech, he called for peace. So I'd like to say that the energy from that space helped spur Trump to call for peace today, and hopefully we get it pretty soon with his presidency.
I'll see you around. Let me know if you need an introduction elsewhere.
Thank you very much. Shabbat shalom, everybody.
All right, buddy. Take it easy.
Shabbat shalom, brother.
I'm trying to find Amber.
By the way, just so everybody knows, I'm on like number 7 right now. So anything I say after this doesn't count.
Does Wayne Brady have to smack a bitch?
Kevin, you're gonna have to lay off the Zimas, bro.
Zima.
Kevin.
Wait, time out. I think Zima went out around the same time as Chris Nelson's haircut.
Oh my God.
Kevin,
It's like the Bartles and James of the 2000s.
Has anybody checked on Chris Nelson today? He has me blocked. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, right now Chris Nelson is crying listening to his Now That's What I Call Music CD.
He's purely retweeting Republicans against Trump and Kamala Harris.
That fucking guy.
It's bad. He's diving. Kevin, what is number 7 that you're on?
Drink.
What are you drinking?
What are you drinking?
Got a little vodka tonic going.
Yeah.
So it could be 13, depending on your pour.
I mean, I got a heavy hand.
Kev, did
how you don't make me start quoting more Chappelle stuff, okay?
Crypto, did Kev talk about the cool, interesting party that we got into on Wednesday night?
Oh yeah! No. Oh my God! I met DL Hughley.
I'll put it in the nest. Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, I got to meet DL Hughley, which was pretty cool because look, he's a comedy legend, regardless of what you think of his politics. But that was awesome. I freaked out a little bit, but it was at the same party we saw Harry Sisson, Chris Mowry, Cenk Uygur. Me and Mark ate all their food, drank all their booze. It was really nice. It was good. But Harry Sisson's like a little bitch, like both in like
no kidding,
like both in like stature and in presence. Like Chris Mowry's bigger than him.
Did you talk to him, Kev, or was it just me?
Nah, I was pretty drunk, so I figured I'd leave it alone. Before I was like, wow, Chris, I didn't know that you were the top in this relationship.
Did you see the shirt Chris was wearing?
Dude, I was too focused on the shorts. He basically walked in wearing shorts. They looked like drawers.
Yeah, you got to attach that, everybody, to now. First of all, this is a super nice. You ever been in those like really nice hotel bars? Where it's
it was the Waldorf Astoria,
right? So it's like the black and white checkered floor. If there was anything on that really nice floor, you trip on it because the light's so low. That kind of situation. open bar. All right. Very quiet, anyway, so it was really, really, really cool. You knew you walked into somewhere special when you're up there. This whole thing was, what, Kev, Polymarket put it on.
Yeah.
So you walk in there and you have to be on a list, but we were very fortunate. We got in with no trouble at all, thanks to some cool people. So we get in there and I saw Chris right away because how he's dressed. He has these shorts on. I was talking about, but I didn't even, beyond the shirt, it was his shirt for me. If you have these shorts on, you ever see those girls that wear their guys way too big t-shirt to bed? That's what he was wearing. Way too big t-shirt. And I was like, where did he come from? What is he wearing?
I'm redneck. It's usually a button up, but go on.
Yeah, it's funny. So no, big giant. And now if you really want to get weird, the shirt looked like an army t-shirt, the green army shirt that goes under the uniform, not the dress uniform, but the daily.
Boyfriend in the military? Is that where we're going with this?
I didn't say that.
Hold on a second, man. So was he wearing a chick shirt?
Cliff, stick to the ball gag and the leather, the leather stuff.
So, Chris, if you can imagine how the girl, like, if the girl had a boyfriend in the army and he was much larger than her, that's what she was wearing. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I got a teenage daughter, right?
Right.
And some of these girls wear like these long. They look like t-shirts, but they're actually supposed to be like these short skirt things. Yeah. I'm wondering if Harry Sisson was rocking a girl's.
Well, this was Chris Mallory. I didn't get.
Or, yeah, I mean, whatever these kids. I mean, whatever. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yo, and the funny part was every time he walked, he kind of like flopped his hair back and forth like Jan Brady. Like it was very odd.
There were a lot of flops. But
not to sidetrack this real quick, but are they even old enough to be in a joint that's selling alcohol?
I mean, it was a hotel bar, so maybe not.
You're right. I forgot. They're that Chris. I forgot.
Dude, no, they're over here getting.
Chris Maury used to work for me.
I think Maury's 21 now. He's already a recovering alcoholic.
He might be 21. I hired him.
What?
I think
was that Margo?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think
I hired him straight out of college.
You hired him?
I did.
Wait, what?
Oh, Margo.
I didn't listen. He
looking
lasted,
at you in a whole new way.
Wait, listen. He lasted 6 months in a very, very easy position, straight out of college. He went to Kennesaw State University, majored in liberal arts, couldn't hack it. I can't tell you the name of the store, but you probably have a phone from them in your hand. He quit.
What's his dad do, Margo? Because I know his dad's very well to do. I keep seeing him at some of my customers up in Melton in the Alpharetta area.
Yes.
What's his dad do?
I don't know his parents. I just know that he lived at home the whole time he was in college. Because when we interviewed him in a panel interview, I'm going to probably get in trouble for this. He told us that he lived at home. He did not live on campus. He went to Kennesaw State, which is the third largest school in Georgia, but it's a suitcase college, meaning it's a commuter college. He's literally the kid in mommy's basement. He comes from a very wealthy family, and he commuted every day to school. It's not like he had a true college experience like you would think. That kind of gives you some context, Mark. He's kind of a weirdo.
And a silver spooner.
He hung out at the masturbation station.
So aside from Chris's attire, Sent Turek was there too, and here's the interesting part, right?
Wait. Time out. Try saying that name again.
I don't know. Sent Turek.
You're the founder of the Young Turks.
Yeah.
Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks.
Whatever his name is.
Cenk Turk?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you say Chunk Yanker?
I don't talk
Did you say Chunk Yanker?
Yeah, look. So he was there, okay?
Yeah, he actually walked Chris and Maury in on a leash.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris and Harry walked him in on a leash. They had collars on.
Right. So, but here's the thing. On every table were these, like the booths were these tablets. And if you see a picture, I posted up there, he sat down, he spent some time, kind of scrolling through it. I didn't really even know what was on there because I was, grab a drink and I was, looking at people, and I was getting food because I was really hungry. So Kev put the work. I see him scrolling through here and he's taking a picture and he's like, yo, look at this. And then I look at it and it's what's pictured there. And it has Trump up, 53 over Kamala Harris at 46. And then I look around and I'm like, I said, how funny is this? This is on every table. This is at the event that these guys are at. They can't not see this. And so we started taking our pictures and we were tweeting about it. And I just said, what is going to happen with Harry Sisson? Not that I care, but they're invited. They're in the Democratic city. It's supposed to be a celebration. There's supposed to be a level up for these guys, and they go to this event, and there they are staring at the stuff. So it was odd. It was odd.
That is weird.
I said it was odd.
Yo, but like also, it's so funny too because so Polymarket does betting for political outcomes and whatnot, and I just find it incredibly interesting that the betting market company had a leftist, not even liberal, a leftist socialist gathering. I mean, if you're going to invite Cenk Uygur to your party, you're probably a communist. So now every time I see Polymarket betting odds, I'm like, wait a minute. Is that skewed? Like if I saw Patrick Mahomes hanging out with the guy who owns Caesar's Palace, I probably wouldn't bet those odds. That's just me.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, unless the odds. I mean, obviously Patrick Mahomes is phenomenal, but you're right. It skews it. And the other thing that comes into play is like how many lobbyists were there, how many, you know what I mean? How many of these special interests were there? So how legit is Polymarket?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Oh, by the way, speaking of Patrick Mahomes, did you see that Brittany Mahomes liked one of Donald Trump's posts? So when football season starts back up and we all have to deal with Taylor Swift again, we can all cheer on Brittany Mahomes for being the more superior significant other on the Chiefs.
Well, here's the thing, man, about them that folks don't understand, man, is like they come from Texas. They are actually really strong in their faith. They've been together since high school. She gets a bad rap, obviously, because of whatever. But the point is um, they're not out. Mahomes could be out there doing a million chicks, doing like a lot of these other football players, but they're not, right? And they do very well for themselves. And I personally think I would not be shocked if he were to, low key vote Trump because his faith's important to him, man. Like that's not artificial. That's real. So
Well, look, we saw a lot of athletes come out. Mason Crosby, a bunch of other football players that are like making the jump, and the fact that Brittany Mahomes liked one of Donald Trump's Instagram posts about his policies, like, look, is that going to cause a tiff, a little riff in the owner's box up there with Taylor Swift? That's going to be the storyline going into 25 in the or 24 football season. Is there going to be a bit of a tizzy? Will Blake Lively not be excited? That's what Al Michaels will be talking about in the booth.
I want to talk about the shitty kickoff thing that they made up. What the hell kind of?
Oh my gosh, that is
it's terrible, bro. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. Okay,
what is this, a football space? What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something. All right.
Yeah.
I am sick and tired of people taking things that are perfect and deciding to change them.
But
like baseball.
But Kevin, why did they change them? Right? Why did they change them? Here's why they changed them: is because of these freaking sissies that were trying to put all this over regulation on football and all of these things when they just started watching football. I mean, that's the bottom line. Like, I think that new kickoff rule is bonkers.
That's why everyone stopped watching NASCAR, Chris. They got the rules just completely changed. It was garbage.
What's NASCAR?
Wait a minute. What the hell?
People are gonna ask what's football in about 10 years.
Wait, Mark, you got to help me out here because I don't watch NASCAR. But I mean, what kind of rules could they have? They just drive around the track fast.
Chris, you know how ignorant that statement is.
That's really all they do. It's just left turns.
Well, you would say
and no nooses on the garage door ropes.
Run into each other and go one direction.
Garage door ropes.
They changed the rules. They catered to people who they tried to get a new demographic to watch, people who just weren't watching it. They made it into this quote unquote race to the chase, this whole playoff thing. They tried to model a motorsport after playoff bracket of football or baseball, and it completely ruined it, in my opinion. And they lost all the people that were actual race fans that know it's not just circles to try to get the people who think it's just circles, and they in fact didn't get either. They lost the base.
And if you're a single dude that puts on boots, that's the spot to be when the race comes into town. Like,
it's true.
You know, Mark, what you really needed to do was tell Cliff, well, why do you have a Toyota Camry SE, which is modeled after a NASCAR car? I mean, it's just crazy.
Dumb luck.
You know why that happened, Mark, you guys. I interviewed this guy that is a NASCAR. He owns a NASCAR team, and he told me the big change came when they got a new CEO that was from the Hillary Clinton Foundation, and they thought they were going to go all DEI.
You can't be serious.
I'm totally serious. I'm totally serious, and you should interview him. Butch Cons. He owns one of the largest racing gigs in North Carolina.
Margo, that was whenever what's his name that the driver made it out like there was this news that it was really just Bubba Wallace, and it was really just the standard cord you grab onto to close a garage door.
Yeah, but we had an interview with like what has changed, what caused the change in NASCAR, and he flat out said in the interview it's because they hired the CEO from the Hillary Clinton Foundation, and it's turned off even the owners of cars and teams.
Well, let's not forget, Margo, that's where the fuck Joe Biden thing was changed to Let's Go Brandon.
Well, but what's funny is Butch owned the first NASCAR that ever had a political logo on it. So, like, he knows all the politics in it. You guys should have him in the space. He'd love to come in here and talk to you about it.
If you know him, see if you can help us.
Absolutely will. I know him very well.
Yeah. Well,
Marco, if you know Ted Nugent, I'm still waiting to get Ted into a space.
I do not, but I know somebody that does.
He's got his own stuff. You can watch him. You can watch him run his own thing.
I still want to hear about Harry Sisson, because here's the thing. I didn't know that he was from Montauk, New York, and I think that's a pretty rich area, isn't it?
I'm not sure, but I also ran into. I'll tell you about Harry, that encounter in a second. But Crypto, I also ran into Parnas. What's the little Parnas kid's name?
Lev.
Oh
no, it's Aaron.
Aaron. Yeah, I picked him out when the DNC was over, and Angela and I we left the live taping of the Benny show to capture some more protest action. So as we're going out there, all the attendees were leaving, and I see this group waiting on the street corner. Democrats, everybody's waiting for Ubers. Like, is quite obvious. Every street corner was just packed with people waiting for Ubers. But him and his little crew, he was sitting on the ground. He was so exhausted and so tired. He was sitting on the dirty ground, and that caught my eye. I'm like, who is this young little kid that has to sit around with the people? And I looked, and I said, I know who that is. That's Aaron Parnas. And I was live streaming. So, good.
No, I was laughing because you're like, who's this kid sitting around with the people?
Yeah, no, I did. I was like, who is this kid on the ground? Like, first of all, it's kind of dirty. He can't stand. And I guess he was tired. So he caught my attention. And so I walked by and I said, Aaron Parnas. He's like, oh, hey. And he popped up. And I'll be honest, not my Crypto, you'd have been disappointed. Not my greatest live interview. Because my mind was all focused on getting to this ride, and all this, and I got to change gears and figure out what to talk. So, so I didn't do that good, but I was just like, hey, I was holding the camera and everything, and I was like, hey, how excited are you? He's like, really excited, and I'm like, so is she gonna do it? And I tried to talk to him. Eventually, he's not interested in me, and so I had to go catch up to the rioters. So it wasn't my finest work, but I ran into him. I saw him. And I tell you, Crypto, he was so physically tired from the event that he had to sit down on the dirty street corner.
Did he talk the way you're making it sound?
Yeah, he did.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably tuning it up 10%, but yeah, he sounded like that.
Were the Krasnys there?
I didn't see them, but
of course, yeah, but you wouldn't have seen them.
It's true. I was in crowds.
You mean you missed out on the Lollipop Guild?
Yeah, right. Hey, Margot, they're from Rye. Sisson's from Rye, New York, which is enclave on the water in Westchester, north of New York City.
But that's a
Big.
pretty rich area, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's loaded. It's between Port Chester and Mamaroneck, and then it's like when you get north of New Rochelle, you hit a little town. It's one by one. It's called Larchmont. That's really super ritzy. And then as you go up, Mamaroneck's pretty ritzy, and then you got Rye, New York, which is right on the water, and yeah, big bucks.
I say when I did speak to Harry was the only person I really spoke to inside that venue. We got there kind of late for the Poly Market thing, but I spoke to him briefly, and I'll just say this: he's very well prepared for people to sort of challenge him or talk to him. But I do my typical thing. I'm like, like I did with Aaron. I turn up the excitement to see them right away, so they immediately think it's a fanboy situation, and then they quickly realize it's not. So he was he's prepared. He's prepared to meet fans, and he's prepared to meet not fans. So I just talked to him briefly, and then then he excused himself. But it's I would just say that he's prepared, Chris.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. Is like first off, these kids come from wealthy families. Like first, the Democratic Party, you're not going to see these guys that are pushed to the front, that are out there in the faces of the party, that aren't sons or daughters of major Democrat donors. Okay, there's a reason why the party endorses that, right? And so the party is no longer the party of the working class people. These are the ultra liberal, really rich kids who's got large donors, and that's what they're going to do. But they're also well prepped, right? So like they're going to get their talking points. They're going to be versed because they take their position seriously. Like they really do want to be some major influencer, to have the access and all those things. I was, when I was a young operative, it was like, dude, like imagine being 21 or 20 or 19, however underage Harry is or whoever, and having direct access on a first name basis to these major politicians, right? And for them, it's a life changing moment for them. Like I mean, you just can't express. I can remember having access and being one of the youngest kids in the room as an operative, and you're like here with some of the most influential people. Like real deal decisions are being made, and you're sitting in a room like that, right? And so I don't give these guys the credit because they're just trying to be influencers, versus actual policy operatives or whatever. But they do have the access, and you got to understand where these fanboys.
Yeah, like it was like I said, they're just they are well prepped and prepared for both the excited fanboy and sort of the people that want to challenge them. Chris, you're right. They're definitely not inexperienced with being at parties, at events, and having to negotiate like social environments. They're very good
social
at it.
media changed politics, right? And so like obviously when I was their age and I was coming up, like there weren't even smartphones. You know what I mean? There wasn't these I didn't have to worry about someone going live on Snap trying to corner me. You know what I mean? A lot of the tracking, so what I would call tracking, where someone shows up and follows somebody with a camera and tries to ask them questions. That's what we used to call tracking back in the day, when you had to hold a big old camera on your shoulder, and you would do that to politicians or whatever. All that stuff took place before the internet even really had high speed, maybe a little bit, maybe it was like 2 megs or something, 1 meg. But the social media aspect changed all of that, right? It really made that kind of bombastic gotcha type of thing become a little bit more present, and that's a good thing when it's
It's a good thing when, Chris. When's it a good thing? You left us.
It's a good thing. Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call come in.
It's
It's a good thing when politicians need to be held accountable. Okay, it's a bad thing when it's like you're doing that to, like, say some campaign operative or some campaign kid or something like that, right? Then everything gets so personal and hyper personal. It kind of so when you see Laura Loomer get on these elected officials, like that's awesome, right? Because these people actually influence things. When you see someone else cornering another person who's a social media influencer or whatever, trying to get some gotcha thing or something. I don't know. But again, I don't take influence from kids that are, my kids' age. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Whatever.
Right. Let me see. Crypto. Are you there?
Yo.
Did we? So let me back up, guys. My apologies. I had zero sleep other than a plane. And fun fact, I stayed up through the night, and when I got on this plane, all right, at 6:30 in the morning, I left both my phone. I fell asleep before wheels went up. I fell asleep. I missed the takeoff. That's how hard I went and how tired I was. And I flown with two phones, not on airplane mode. Crypto.
That's what she said.
I did. Not. I flew in regular mode, not in airplane mode.
And it didn't crash?
It didn't.
Wow.
Unless I'm dead already, and this
then we'd all be dead
for me, right? So
that'd be pretty bad.
So I was woken up with sort of the last call for the bathroom because the guy that was sitting on the inside of me, tapped me and woke me up, and that's when I realized. I said, "Oh my God, I'm not in airplane mode." and it's so funny because obviously the aircraft was flying straight and true. We had no problems. But I was like, you know what? I don't feel worthy to touch my phone and check it out or see what's happening to it. Is it spinning? And I didn't even touch it. No further investigation. It was weird. But I violated the airplane mode for 600 miles, 700 miles.
Let me ask you this. I'm not an avid flyer, but I have spoken with and texted with people who are flying. So right. So why is this airplane mode so important?
So I don't know, and I'm sure someone will hear. I think historically it goes back to the different instruments and the different, all the technologies are competing communications. This I don't think it's relevant today. Per example,
right. Like, aren't there flights now where they're like, "Hey, we're up, the Wi-Fi's on, go have fun."
Right. So I almost always fly the bus of the sky, being the competing Frontier or Spirit.
Yeah, man. You were getting a lot of shit from people before about these $15 flights, but I was standing up. I was like, "Listen, man, Mark goes on these old sturdy planes, the windows aren't going to blow out, and he doesn't mind sitting on a stick."
Yeah, the doors. Yeah, what's the stick? Yeah, no, it's no stick. More like a bay of hail. But the doors. The doors they fly older aircraft. They keep the price down. They're buying them from. But the thing about aircraft, guys, are that the more they fly, the more reliable they are. They're designed to run long and hard, steady RPMs. Maintain all their pneumatic or hydraulic pressures and everything. So the aircraft does better if it's flying than if it's sitting. And older planes are very reliable because they've been repaired, they've been maintained. And so for the $9 flight club, I can jump in planes. I say this, Frontier and Spirit, anywhere under a 3-hour fly time, after that, the seats with no padding really start to become problematic on my body. But less than 3 hours, $9 with doors that stay attached, at 30,000 feet is pretty good deal.
Is there toilet paper?
I try not to take a shit on a 3-hour or less flight, Cliff, but so I
remember, Mark, KC-135s, which are basically 707s, are still flying to this day, and no door flies off of them. And they were made back in, like, most of the jets we were flying were 57s and 58.
Yeah, but that's still a drafty porty potty.
Hey, Mark, I got to ask you.
Yeah.
The annoying Palestinian woman protester that was like in everybody's face. The video you put up of her. She's just the most annoying person you could ever be around.
She is. Thanks, Cliff. I am going to post that next, guys. Thanks for leading me into this. This is what I'm going to say. I put up top. I typed this up. I don't even think I was on the train on my way back, but it was sort of my major takeaway and the observation here is twofold. One, the pro-Palestinian protests, which you guys know I've been involved in covering, well, really probably since the day or two after the major attack in Israel that started this war. So their main thing,
Mark,
is
that's 07, buddy. That's 07.
no, it was last October. So we're coming up with, so you can expect all the massive 1 year since, 1 year ceasefire. That's all
right, but it happened on October 7th, though.
Oh, I thought you said 07. I'm sorry, my hearing is.
Oh no, I did say 07. October 7th, 07.
Like
yes, like yes, 07,
like J6,
like
and J1
J6,
and J13.
Right, we got a lot of J's. We got J6 2.0 coming up. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of stuff.
Remember those old years where we used to put the number in front, like 9/11?
Right.
You're right. I'm sorry.
We have years. We have months now.
Yeah. Nope, you're correct. 07. I'm wrong.
Oh.
So this is
07's coming up. Yes,
right. This is all post 07. So imagine, 1 year anniversary of 07. It's going to happen. So Cliff, following these things, I've been following them. The name of the game of this is not stand on the corner and protest and do your voice. It's disruption. It's actually interrupt whatever event is going on, where it's like, hey, while you enjoy this party, while you enjoy this event, while you enjoy this freedom, we are going to disrupt that and hijack it. And hijack may be a rough word, but we're going to, disrupt this event by demanding, quote unquote, the ceasefire now. They want, political action to end that.
Free Palestine. Free
Palestine.
Listen, well, Mark, history tells us hijacking is the perfect word.
Right. So here's the thing. This was massive, man. The only pro-Palestinian march I saw that was bigger was in January in DC, the one that actually they started to try to breach the White House fencing, right? The standoff fencing, not the interior grounds one, but the exterior one. And that's the only one that was larger than this. And this one had way more arrests, but so that this one was much more aggressive. It was much more in your face. This one was sustained, like I said, five or so nights. So the interesting thing about that is when I would spend all this time on the street corners waiting for Ubers, just like all the Democrats that were inside the venue, and a lot of them most of them were delegates. There's very few people. There's influencers. I'm standing out there with all these people, and they're interested in the media. They don't want to go on camera. They don't want to talk to me, but they're interested in the work. It's, we're social people. So they see the cameras, they see us tweeting like madmen. And they're like, oh, you guys with the Times? You with the Times? And I'm like, no, not with the Times, right? I said, I'm with the people, is what I usually tell them. What people? I said, the American people. I said, I'm on X. And they're like, oh. And none of them, very few of them have Twitter or have X. Some of them did. But I would ask them, I would say, hey, what do you think about all this disruption? And the overwhelming response was they had no idea, Cliff, that it was this big, that there were this many pro-Palestinians, there were this many other factions that join it. They attach themselves to this giant movement. So as long as they pay their quota of free Palestine chants, they're also allowed to do their other rants, like get the Americans out of the Philippines. There was Code Pink. There was a couple of these other much tinier protest groups that just attach themselves to the main body. And I think you think this is funny, Chris. It's true, right? So they attach themselves to this main body. But the Democrat people had no idea how big this was. And they said, why is the media not covering this? How come the media? They tell me this. And I would laugh. I said, well, what's your media source? And they said, well, the Washington Post, Google, Facebook. Those were the top three of all these people I sat around having organic conversations with. And I told them, I said, you need to get your news a la carte. I said, it's over. I said, you need to follow Olia Scootercaster for anything out of New York. Okay. I said, you need to follow Roz Alerts for anything protest and violent. By the way, I met him, And he was like, "Oh, Mark Nolan, this guy, Roz Alerts, if you're not following him, 1.1 million followers. He is like a live action editing amongst the chaos savant crypto.
Mark,
Incredible.
please. We do not promote here if they're not paying us. All right. Please.
Right.
Please calm
Hey,
down.
Oh,
is
Calm
that
down, sir.
and the
hey
Jew
Mark?
comes out of the Jew.
Hey
Yeah,
Mark, is
well,
that
you think I'm giving this guy fucking
Look,
free airtime?
crypto's all upset. Yeah.
Fuck
is
that.
that raw?
Don't follow him.
Is that guy attached to Raw Story?
That I have to look at that. I'm not sure, but Raw's Alert is legit. He's very good at what he does. I watched him in person.
Move on.
He also has a geopolitical account too. Another Draws News Alert, and it's out of the U.S. Just in case somebody wants to know.
All right, thanks. I muted you. No more. Thank you.
Yeah, terrible.
Cliff,
50 cents every time you mention it
Hey,
from here on out. You
50
got to
cents.
tip
hey Mark,
crypto and
Mark,
Mark 50
let
cents.
me ask you a
50
question real
cents.
quick.
My Venmo's open. Chris, be careful now.
Mark, let me ask you a question real quick. So when these Dem delegates and these Dem influencers and stuff like that, when you asked them about it, and they were like, "We had no idea this protest was this big," right? Did you think they were being authentic?
yeah, and they were so Chris. Their parade was rained on. They were so upset, and so if you look at the tweet up top, watch that video. That's outside their after party where all the delegates were going, and they had I don't know what it's called. What is it called, Chris? Not the red carpet, but where you go up and you get your picture taken with the backdrop. And
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
It's
okay.
basically
It's
you
where the
get a
red
picture. Yeah.
carpet ends. Yeah. So they were all getting in there, and let me tell you, I walked this. They're outside this theater. The Democrats trying to get in, and they were so disappointed that the grand finale they had to endure this for 4 or 5 days, standing in line. So the protesters, the Palestinian protesters, were so relentless that I'm sure as they stood there next to the quiet women holding, there's like 3 or 4 women holding very graphic realities of chopped up babies. Okay. I'm telling you, they would rather stand there next to looking at chopped up babies, images of chopped up babies on protest signs than endure hours of free Palestine and all the chants. That's how horrific. They'd rather listen to the guy preaching on the corner, with the loudspeaker preaching verses from the Bible than listen to this. It was just exhausting, relentless. You could see it on their faces, and they couldn't even enjoy their main event, which cost them thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And I went up and I was filming their faces as they would walk out of the venue, completely disgusted. Chris, I felt bad for them. I actually felt bad for them because whether you agree with them or not, they spent thousands of dollars, traveled across the country, and it sucked.
They can
For them.
afford it.
Well, they're very upset, crypto.
Yeah, but the other part about it is because the media would show little clips, like they wouldn't cover the whole thing, but they'd show the clips, right? And so you have to understand the show that was trying to take place, right? All of a sudden, the Democrats were waving American flags and chanting "USA, USA." All of a sudden, Kamala mentioned Democrat 0 times in her speech. Okay, she mentioned America and freedom and all these things like 134 times. Okay, the reason why is because they're trying to sell the country that they are this centrist blue dog Democratic Party because these white male union voters and even white female voters from the Midwest and the South or whatever, that these are some of these traditional blue states or what used to be traditional blue states that have moved to the Republican Party, or maybe moving away from this far left. I call it San Francisco socialism because that's exactly what it is. It's communism. Okay. And so they're trying to attract to these people to pretend that they're that party again because they have to be able to win those numbers to win this election. And so what I think has been so wonderful today was when Bobby Kennedy Jr. endorses Trump and shows up at this rally, because these Kennedy Democrats, these old school Democrats, don't align with this new party. Okay. But they also some of them kind of don't like Trump. Okay. And so you have this battle of this little small amount of people that used to vote Democrat, or maybe, quote, are independent or whatever, but their vote is up for grabs, because in the end, they are not sold on San Francisco socialism. This is not that party. So I think what is so effective about Bobby Kennedy is the Kennedy name, and the fact that he's Bobby Kennedy Jr. You don't get more Democrat than Bobby Kennedy Jr. Okay, in the eyes of some of these folks. I think that's going to be highly effective, because he knows his talking points. He knows that old Kennedy party. Okay, and unfortunately, some people aren't going to like what I'm about to say here, but Donald Trump, while he is effective and he is who he is, he's not honed in on some of these talking points that can be super effective, right? Calling her Comrade Kamala. Okay, cool. Comrade. Okay, I get it. But he needs to be honed in on what she is, communist, right? And so as long as he hones in on his talking points, this is going to be an effective gain going into the end of the election.
Oh, I totally forgot. Chris, you can finally shut the fuck up about Michelle Obama.
Okay.
It's over. It's officially over, dude.
Dude, it is officially over.
It is. It's
if I gotta
done.
sing "I'm a Little Teapot" or whatever I gotta do here,
Oh yeah.
I'll own it.
Oh yeah. Everybody, we want Little Teapot.
I'll own the situation. I'll own it. Okay.
She also surprisingly, and I guess maybe because I just thought Barack gives pretty decent speeches, hers was not that good. And to be quite honest, I
don't think she's ever been good.
I can't remember her actually giving a speech, so I just kind of just based it off Barack and the fact that she can talk well. But I will say this, for someone who's worth like 75 million on a book deal, she should probably fix her teeth, because it had me all sorts of confused. I didn't like it.
I mean, you know what? Actually, this convention. So here's what they had to do. I think everybody can read the room. If you couldn't read the room, they had to try to make Kamala seem black, like the black experience. Okay.
We've all been there and tried it, Chris. We all walked away.
So the point, but for me, when I saw Oprah come up on stage and
Oprah, oh yeah. Ugh.
For me, I'll be honest. For me, every time I see these people that Donald Trump was so good to and supported both publicly and financially, okay, when nobody else would, because there was a moment in Oprah's history where they wanted to run her off TV, and Donald Trump would come on her show and sing her praises, and they would be seen publicly together, and all these things. You know how much it takes for that man to not publicly just call out the ledger in the names of the people that begged for his support, and he supported even when they didn't, because he came to their aid when other people wouldn't, that have now turned their backs and knives on this guy and pretended as if they never did that. I think it's a testament to Trump's character that he would not throw them under the bus like they've thrown him under the bus. That's a leader. And when I saw Oprah, I was just like, man, how sad. How sad. You know what I mean?
So, last question, and then I'm going to kick it to Mark. People keep asking what Oprah's boyfriend does, and they keep showing this like 1985 picture of them. Is that the only picture that exists of this dude?
Of Stedman? No.
I don't know who the fuck he is. I'm
Yeah,
just asking
there's
who. I'm just asking, who is your daddy and what does he do?
I don't think he and Holder have ever been seen in the same place at the same time.
They used to be in the tabloids all the time when they were doing those weight loss stories. Like, you'd see him at the grocery aisle almost every week. I think he was in finance.
Interesting. Does he still do shit? Like I don't know. Like I don't know who this guy is, but
I don't know anything about him other
He's
than
worth $2 billion. He doesn't have to do shit.
she's worth $1 bazillion.
yeah, that's true. That is true.
He flies on her private jet. That's what he does.
Did you hear about Trump putting out a letter from Oprah? A glowing
He
letter.
didn't put it out, his son did, but yeah, they put out the letter from Oprah because they used to be friends, G.
Epic.
Well, yeah, he actually has a coffee table book, right, with all the letters that people sent him.
And that's my point. I think while it may not, maybe it won't come from Trump, but I think when the public sees these things, they see how fake they are. And I thought that was actually a really effective line Trump said in a rally it previously. Was he was like, these people are fake, because they are. And I think the more he hones in on some of that, because they're going to throw every celebrity possible to try to win this election, because Kamala, think about it, Kamala, nobody is sold on Kamala. Okay, so they have to bring everybody to the table to throw their weight behind her in this last second effort, right? And they have to try to rebrand it.
All Democrats, like Joe Biden had the same thing. They're nothing without, entertainment backing them.
Well, Biden's a little different because he is a name that's been around a long time. Okay, Kamala, actually Kamala's sister, I would argue, had more political weight than Kamala, right? And in kind of brought her up. So that's the thing I guess I'm trying to stress, is that they're trying to get her across the finish line. They're Because they cannot have Trump in the White House again.
Isn't that because everybody has already thrown their weight behind Kamala per se?
No, you're seeing people go all out on Kamala this election than more than they ever have, right? Like Steph Curry wasn't out endorsing people, you know what I mean? Oprah wasn't giving, primetime speeches at these rallies for fill in the blank, right? Like, except for Obama, right? But the point is you're going to see this going all in because they cannot have Trump get to the finish line. If Trump gets to the finish line and wins this thing, you and I both know people are going to go to jail. Things are going to be exposed.
Chris,
right?
I seen on last night. I put my TV on. I was watching something, then I set it back to FiOS, and FiOS was set still on Fox the last time.
Yeah, you
Trump
had it
was
on all night. I couldn't fucking sleep.
Anyway, what I was saying was he showed Trump on The View back in the day when Barbara Walters was still on, and Joy Behar is like hugging him and talking glowingly about him. Like, I want that clip. I got to see how I could find that clip. I'm going to look for it. I
You know,
love trolling. That
but
is
here's the thing though, G. Like, they have plenty of money, okay? If I'm some super PAC, I'm pulling those clips. I'm putting them together with Trump's speeches about, things saying, you know, they all loved him. They all loved him,
I'm telling you,
and
they need
then
to
they
hire.
turn their back on him because they're fake, because they've done nothing, because they're fraudsters. Like, they are artificial, okay, and they're power hungry, and they have done nothing. They're empty promises. Nothing's changed. And his line that I still think was one of the best lines to ever be said is, "What the hell do you have to lose?" And I think that's a super important line. Chris Cuomo of all people, pointed out in this interview when he was on the floor, where he raised his camera and he was like, "You see all of those suites up top? Those are all the big pharma lobbyists, all of the DC lobbyists that have $500,000 to $1 million suites, looking down on these average people who are there for the delegation, as if those people in the crowd are going to influence over influence the people at up top's money with this Democrat Party.
About this. Think about it. You know, they're always crying how they're gonna tax the top 1% and the top one. Meanwhile, the top 1% is out there cheerleading for them. But the one that says, no, 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 we're gonna bring it back to the people, and this is what's gonna happen or whatever. The top 1% is like, no, we can't have this dude. Like, who believes this crap? I mean, are we that dumb as a country? Well, I guess we are, because oh God,
But
I
this is
swear,
I don't think they like I said, I'm basing this off of talking to all these people, all these Democrats in line, all like for nights, these were the epicenter. They I guess it's like they had no idea what was happening around them. And which I guess I would kind of shoot over to Cliff and maybe Chris. Is this some kind of awakening moment for those particular Democrats who saw reality in the face and had to stand there and endure it, or is it, or they're just blue no matter who, and they're just going to plow through because they've overinvested for some of them 30, 40 plus years of their life? What's going to happen, Cliff, with sort of the Democrats seeing this? I'll say this: as people think Cliff is uninformed, Cliff he would not have been shocked by the protest, would you, Cliff?
No.
So so now that these people have seen the sort of political war, okay, they've been in the political combat in the streets, enduring this protest for hours and hours, and having all their parties disrupted and ruined, and the world isn't how it was portrayed to them. How are they going to manage, Cliff? What can you expect from your people?
Your cat is so loud but hilarious.
He's
Oh,
mad. He just sees me.
oh, meet Kenji. I love Kenji. Listen, Mark, Milo still isn't very talkative. The only time he gets a little talkative is when he's about to attack my blanket. Then he's like really a little weird, but he doesn't.
No one fucking cares. Go, Cliff.
We like our cats. Deal with it.
Anyway, I think what I've said this for a long time. I think the Democratic Party's been trying to straddle a fence that they can't straddle.
They don't see the fence, Cliff.
I'm surprised because they straddle a lot, especially Kamala.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, I think Mark, I think that
How
Cliff's
come no
right.
one can let Cliff fucking finish the fucking sentence?
I thought
Let
he was
him
finished.
fucking bury himself. My God, you guys are worse
Chris,
than fucking.
We're gonna have you follow Cliff, but we got distracted with my cat. Cliff, the question is, I watched them see the ground truth, and they were shocked. They couldn't believe it. And are they going to be okay? And what are they going to do?
Well, like I've been trying to tell you, I think that there's going to come a reckoning with the Democratic Party, where they're going to have to deal with this progressive left stuff, and they're either gonna dump them, or they're going to lose everybody else if they don't do something about this. Because most middle of the road people don't want to put up with that nonsense, and I don't think that the Democratic Party is a bunch of left wing extremists.
Those middle of the road people, I would say that those people that I spoke to who were in total shock, I believe they were middle of the road. I'm being Lord,
Can I chime in on this one real quick, Mark?
Yeah, then I want to get the former Democrat operative, because he's got good
Cliff
takes.
done?
I'll just tell you, as a retired union iron worker who received that list in the mail every 2 and 4 years, most of us, and this is something that's common with the American people. It's not even only a union discussion. People have been comfortable with their checks cashing, sending their kids off to, their summer trips. People have become complacent over the years, and now we're in such a position politically, countrywide. I mean, there's a myriad of discussions to be had. As a retired union member, many of these people, they get their list, they vote their list, but at the bottom of the list, it always says the same gosh darn thing: vote your wallet. That's what it says. Okay, and now there is a confusion within the Democrat Party. Do we vote for, just cutting people into pieces and experimenting on human bodies? Do we, there's a myriad of discussion there, but at the same time, it's completely controverted to what's been going on since the early 70s in the union, which is vote your wallet. That was always your first discussion. Vote your wallet. At this point, nobody can vote their wallet and bring the Democrat Party into power in good conscience. That's all I got to say.
No, good contribution, Chris. Yeah, they're gonna be okay.
Yeah. So it's funny because my dad is a vote blue no matter who. Like, he was a former union boss. My mom was retired union. I have multiple union leaders in my family from all the different trades.
I
Okay.
started off 433, Chris, out of LA. I'm retired 118 out of Sacramento and Reno, bro. I get you.
Okay. So the answer to your question, Mark, everybody there's vote blue no matter who. Okay. But what
But what, Chris? You caught me chilling. But what?
most of the people in the crowd there don't understand that their party isn't, we're in the midst of an information battle, right? So why they were shocked is this. They're shocked because those people that you're seeing, those riots, those crowds, all of those things have traditionally targeted Republicans, Trump, the other side. And then they showed up at the DNC convention in a massive crowd, in your face, very aggressive. And the reality is this is the Frankenstein arm of the Democratic Party putting on their show on the outside. Not to say they're not genuine people, okay? But you also have to understand that these are traveling carnies. They will take off their uniform for Hamas, Palestine, Free Palestine, and they will be in the BLM Summer of Love, and then they will put on that uniform, take off that uniform, and they'll dress as teachers and moms and dads for transgenderism type of stuff. They literally are cosplay. They get paid to travel to do these things. Okay. Now, they also recruit local people who are genuine about these issues to go show up, right? So what happens though is the people in that crowd are there for the DNC convention, and it's like when Harmeet Dillon tried to run for the RNC chair, she didn't go and kiss the ring of all the people in the Republican Party, right? These are the gray hairs, the people who are going to be vote red no matter what. And the Democrat Party has the same way. You know what I mean? They're going to vote blue no matter who, and that's who's coming out of that joint. Okay, so it's a little bit of a combination of both, but it doesn't matter for them. They're still going to vote that way. And unfortunately, this is the way that communism and socialism takes hold. These people were there to go after these people, but you notice why the fence got put up. The fence got put up because they couldn't have their members, their donors getting attacked. But if that was a Republican crowd, a Trump rally, they absolutely would not have had those fences. They absolutely would have got attacked, right? We saw it in DC with what's his name? Oh my gosh, out of Kentucky. How did my mind go blank? The guy that questioned Fauci. Help me out here.
Rand Paul.
There we go, Rand Paul. You remember when him and his wife got attacked? You guys remember that?
Yeah,
They
it was
got separated.
horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's those same people, right? And so that's, I'm just telling people, like, this is the show. The show is to pretend like this is the Union, 1980s, early 90s, Blue Dog Democrat Party, and it's actually the far left Democrat Party who, Kennedy had a great line tonight where he said, when in history have pro censorship people ever been the good guys? They've always been the bad guys, and this is the slippery slope to totalitarianism. And I could tell you, they don't they are never going to believe it because the avenues that they get their information from, the CNNs and the MSNBCs, are not covering those. They're not covering the protests. They're not covering these people as the pro-censorship people they are. And so freedom's on the ballot on both sides. It's going to be, if you want to, this is what they talked about, right? The whole thing, 134 times they said freedom in Kamala's speech, 134 times. So you're hearing the same thing with Trump, freedom, right? Okay, so what's the freedom on the ballot? Here it is. If you want to be able to have abortions on demand up until birth, if you want to be able to, if you are angry that your elementary school kids can't learn about pornography in elementary school, or that you can't transition you can't help transition your daughter's friends, right? Because this isn't just some magical thing that suddenly happened. There's actual adults that are facilitating this stuff. Okay, then that's Kamala. That's the vote for Kamala, right? Like, vote for her. But if you actually want true freedom, freedom of speech, against censorship, if you don't want billions of dollars going to foreign wars, all this traditional things that some of those Democrats used to believe, you have to vote Trump. And especially with Kennedy endorsing him, like, you have to go that route. If you don't, we're going to have issues. And that's the battle.
You know where the battle is? I keep trying to tell you, all you people. Listen, if you are a parent,
Who's you people?
You people.
People on here. I like my you people. So
Not me, people.
listen, you ain't one of my people, Cliff. But
That's right.
because Cliff, you have a child. And as a parent, I think one of the most dangerous things we face in our future is losing our rights as a parent. And if that doesn't click in the mind and heart of every American, I don't know what will. Plain and simple. We are all Americans. We are all parents. We all care about children. Even the ones that say, I don't want any kids, whatever. Fuck you, fuckface, and fuck you, Michael. I don't want any kids. I don't want this. I'm a crazy cat lady. You know what? Kids are our future. Without the kids, we cease.
Thanks for stating the obvious.
We cease. So where we have to target people is, hello, do you want to lose control of your children? Do you want the state to take? Because what happened in Walter's state, what he put through there, it'll go through the entire country.
Miss J, I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
It's here, Mark. I don't know if it's in New Jersey, but I mean, this is really important. Yeah, some people are hurting more financially than others, and yeah, your wallet matters. But one thing that can hit everyone is their children.
Miss G, I don't know if they're if they're ready. I mean, like, primed. I don't mean ready, but I don't think they're primed to get that information and to take it seriously. Because I had people that didn't even know the pro-Palestinian movement was a thing, and they certainly didn't think it would disrupt their vision of how the event and how the political and the social landscape of this country is. By the way, a little side note, they also have their imaginations about the legal landscape of this country. But Miss G, they are not primed for that. They just saw their first dose of reality that conflicts with the information that they have been drinking their entire life.
Coming to your door, Cliff, right at your fucking door.
Yeah.
They are not ready. They are
But
not
Mark,
ready.
you got to. But Mark, you got to
their
remember.
children.
Mark, you got to remember though, really quick, that those are not the people that need to be targeted, right? Those people are voting blue no matter who, just like you said. What G's saying is absolutely correct. The only way to switch, so they're going heavy on the moms, the grandmas, the sisters, the daughters. They're going heavy. If you didn't notice that, they went really heavy in the convention. This is like the history. These are women. You saw women crying because you had Kamala getting ready to speak and what it meant for women. Okay, but yeah, exactly. But here is the thing. When you're told, so, and I've actually done this, like, I've actually talked about this with my mother, who's always voted Democrat. I actually have talked about this with other people who I know vote Democrat, okay, that are not happy with grocery prices and gas, all these things, okay, different age groups. And I bring up what G is talking about. They say to me, that can't be true. That's like all of them have literally said the same thing. And I'm like, it is true. Look, let me show you. Let me show you. And they're like, oh my gosh. And it's the truth. Like, do you want the government to take your kids? Do you want schools to hide information from you as a parent about your kid being pregnant and getting an abortion, or that your kid getting chemically castrated and taking testosterone to switch their gender? In these states, it's illegal for a teacher to tell a parent any of those things.
Chris, can you imagine the response as a human being, as a parent, as a loving father, of a state that would literally take your child and carve them up like a goddamn Thanksgiving turkey to give them what they wanted? Can you imagine a nationwide response to that? Where you create a draw that there's a lot more at hand here, and you're bringing it up. I don't mean to cut you off, but as a parent, could you imagine a state taking your child from you and carving them up like a Christmas goddamn turkey, and then explaining to you how you were not um, empathetic enough? Could you imagine the level of response to that? Because I can't say it openly on this platform, okay? But could you imagine the response to that?
On top of that, Nostra and Chris, what's at stake here is what comes next. How much more are they going to take from you? Where we are losing our rights, our freedoms. I mean, it just blows my mind how we are at a place in this country, the freest country, the light on the hill. And if my husband wanted to, he could take my daughter to another state and have her just, I'd lose all my rights to her. No, and here's the other thing, and wording is important. I hate that we're using, or some people are using the word kidnapping. They're kidnapping your kids. You're not going to get people to listen with that kind of language. It's just too hyperbolic. You just have to give it to them as it is. This is what can happen. And if this happens, what else can they do? What's down the pipeline for us as parents and as Americans? What kind of country we living in? This is authoritarian.
Well, how would you respond to somebody taking a knife to your child and taking advantage of their mental instability?
You say that.
What would your response be, G?
Full due respect, Nostra, I have kids here that are young and in my home. And you know what they tell me? What they see on TikTok? You tell my kid that, and my kid will laugh at you. What my kid sees, my lesbian daughter sees, is my lesbian daughter sees other TikTokers telling her she's going to lose her right to marry her partner. When you come at them with, someone will carve up your kid, you lost them. I'm sorry. You and I both know that, but you're losing them. That is not the way, in my opinion, that is not the message.
I agree.
Too hyperbolic. Right away they're tuning you out. An extremist. Oh my God, this person's a psycho. And I'm just trying to be honest. I might not know everything, but I can tell you, if you come at me like that, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Nostra, you should ask Cliff that question. He's got 2 kids. Why don't y'all throw some of these questions over at our friend Cliff?
Well, no, my point is if they took a
saying.
knife to your child and took advantage of your child under the guise of what we are discussing,
took a knife.
My question is, how would
saying,
you
why
respond?
aren't you posing that to Cliff? Ask Cliff what he thinks.
Well, Cliff's. I know. I know
I'm
what you're
just
saying,
saying,
Sweetie.
like, these are things that are not reality to him. So we're
but
preaching
again,
to the choir with each other.
no, but I know that, Phoebe. But what I'm
like
saying
that.
is Cliff is the vote blue no
Right, but
matter
we're
who.
preaching to the
Okay.
choir with each other.
Yeah, I know that, but we're just having a conversation. Okay. So the point G's making though is an important point. Okay, because it would be so damning. This is what Tulsi Gabbard did that was so effective against Kamala. Because keep in mind, Kamala's never had a true competitive primary, and the one she had, she only got 1% of the vote. Okay, and that was when she ran for president. And Tulsi annihilated her because Tulsi pointed out the facts. And so if there was something that aired on TV, a commercial that aired on TV, and it just asked the question, what would you do? What would you think as a mother or a father if your school hid from you that your child was pregnant and was going to get an abortion? What would you think if the school hid from you that your child was taking things that would sterilize them for
Cliff,
life?
what would you think?
And
Cliff, what
and
would you
so
think
these
as the
questions,
blue dog Democrat
a
vote
question
blue no
like
matter
that.
who? What would you think?
But my point is
Like, ask
a question like
somebody
that, G.
that is not on our team, so to speak.
Okay, Sweepy, I'm not asking a question. I'm having a conversation with G. So, G, really quick, I don't mean to be rude,
It's
Sweepy,
all
but
good.
I want to flow off what you're saying. And so, if that was presented to a parent in the form of questions and a fact in Minnesota under Governor Walz, this is what's taking place. In California, because there's plenty of clips of Kamala Harris openly bragging when she was DA, when she was Attorney General, of leading the country in doing these things. And so if they showed the facts, I think it would be so damning to them, they would be blown out of the water. I don't think these vote blue no matter who people, they're going to vote blue no matter what. Okay. But the people we need, which is not very many people, it would create an unwinnable election for them.
And the thing is, Chris, you and I, Michael, we were Democrats. We understand them. And we know, like, if you come with this crazy shit, nobody's going to want it. Thumbs down me all you want. Anyway, we know.
So I just want to give you
adults in the room, Crypto, not you.
I'll give you an example of where some challenges come in. When you're talking about this. Hold on, this cat here's me talking. Chill, dude. Chill.
I love him. Let him talk.
He obviously has an opinion.
Oh, man, he's on his cat hammock, and he's over here getting interrupted by Mark.
So
talking.
He's perfectly quiet until he hears me open the mic and start
He
to
misses scrotum. He misses scrotum.
That fucking
he missed me. He missed me for a couple
that
days.
cat hammock is now 3 times the price, and Mark can't afford to eat tonight.
What are you eating, Crypto?
I'm eating pretzels. I'm fucking debating whether or not on what the fuck I'm gonna have for dinner. I'm just sitting here listening to you guys fucking bitch eat my pretzels.
Crypto, I'm sitting outside
10:40 at night.
what I'm going to have.
Shut the fuck up, G, and make me a sandwich.
Heart attack.
Yeah.
G, get the fuck in the kitchen.
I'll make you a sandwich. I'll cut the crust. And what was that?
Oh, I want some brochure.
Yeah, you want her brajol.
No. And it's brajol.
Make the sandwich.
I would
get
have
back in
Call it
bed.
what
Let's
you
go.
want.
Dutch oven.
You disgusting pig. I'm going to rip the hair right off your back.
Yeah, there you are.
Chris, we can't be adults with these people. We just can't.
I was laughing because Crypto said that Dutch oven, and my daughter wanted Chipotle, and she was just being extremely rude for whatever reason. And I was like, "Hey, you need to chill with the attitude." This is like a couple days ago.
No
and
Chipotle
so,
for you.
Anyway, I was like, all right, well, I guess this one time I'm gonna go and get it, but going forward, you're gonna get out of the car and you're gonna get your own Chipotle. Okay, that's the laziest thing in the world. But when I got out of the car, I totally cut one and shut the door, and she was like, rolled the window down. Dad, why would you do that? Well, you didn't get Chipotle. I'll go get it for you.
Mark, you want to try again?
It's all right. I guess my only thing to the whole topic of like schools and gender and the schools telling you about your kids. Jesus, dude, you're being so rude. Let me.
Send him to cat school, Mark.
Yeah, I can't.
We need to have a Benji cricket space for Johnny
Welcome to
Unitas.
married practice.
All right. Sorry.
Oh,
Hold on. Mark just threw his cat live on air.
He walked out under his own power. Yeah.
5 feet off the ground.
After he landed 35 feet
You want
down
to
the
hear how he's
hall.
mad now? Let me see. All right. Listen to the voice change.
Oh yeah, that's totally mad.
I don't support this. Listen, on the crypto television show, we do not support the beating of animals.
I completely support it.
He's not beat. Okay.
I'm on the
Good
phone with
legal
Peter right
cover-up.
now. What's your address again?
This probably isn't the good time to read the sponsorship of the cat food company you wanted me to read.
No, finish, Mark.
So essentially, since we were way derailed here, is like I noticed I went to in New Jersey, public schools. New Jersey State sued, I think it was Hanover, whatever nice town up in New Jersey that came out with a school policy that said if your kid is if your kid is changing genders and changing clothes or doing something to that effect, if you have a kid, they required the parent to inform. Oh, excuse me. They required the teacher to inform the parents that their child was doing some trans-like behavior, some real abnormal, using the wrong bathroom, the kind of stuff that you'd want to know generally as a parent. And they put it in writing because I listened to the oral arguments, okay, and their situation. I was right there in the courtroom, and the situation was, they're like, look, it's behavior that is different enough that we just want to do the right thing and pass it on to the parents under the default that the parent knows best. We want to take away the quote unquote discretion to kind of deal with it. And the state of New Jersey sued this town, and their position is, you can't do that. That's discrimination. You're discriminating based on sexual orientation, which is a protected class. So because you're going to treat them differently, and in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, and I'm certainly not a school board, civil rights child lawyer of any of them, is the issue that I thought that the town really struggled with was saying, no, we're just trying to say that behavior, there's just certain behaviors, it's not not really focused on sort of transgendering. It's if the child was, not to be graphic, but if the child was having sexual activities in the bathroom all day, that is also behavior that's odd. Or if they're doing if they're jumping, if they're doing crazy parkour off the top of some jungle gym out there, we find that dangerous. We also want to alert the parents.
Yeah, but that's an Olympic sport now, Mark.
right. But because they're
Mark, quick question for you, Mark.
Yeah.
Question. I'm sorry to interrupt. I only need feedback from you and Chris. Chipotle's open for another 18 minutes. Do I place the order, or am I going to get someone's fucking jizz in my burrito? Come on, quick.
You gotta place the order
because you're not walking in, so it's not like they're waiting to clean up on you.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Like this is almost cutoff time, man. You gotta place the order.
In fact, it's worth the gamble. Do it quick because they're gonna have to throw this food away.
It's
so
done.
maybe
It's ordered.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah.
You need the protein.
No, I don't need jizz protein, but I need steak protein.
So the whole point.
Man, they can't submit it. Oh,
bastards.
They couldn't submit it.
Oh, there's your answer.
All right, I'm gonna go fucking.
All out of jizz.
All right, I'm gonna go cry in the corner. I'll be back.
So anyway, that's the legal leg that the sort of you have some people who are actually kind of like, there's ideology here, and they're basing it off of, at least in New Jersey, the New Jersey Constitution, where they consider behavior of cross-dressing, behavior of using a bathroom that is not from your sex. They include that in sexuality. and that's what they're
So,
standing.
Mark, that's
Real quick,
I know, Mark. That's gender
right.
identity laws.
So real
So,
quick, let me finish real quick. So that is the position that, at least in New Jersey, that's the roadblock that they're standing on, where they're like, we're just enforcing civil law and protecting the rights, and and then the competing interest is the societal common belief that the default, they may not get it all the time, it's like playing by the book, but by the book is, you let the parents decide what odd behavior is and what isn't, and you should alert them of all behaviors. Why are we not alerting parents of all behaviors, no matter what it is, because they're children? So, Chris, go ahead.
yeah, I think that's to G's point, to my point. What is the most effective way to take down Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is exactly what you're portraying. So what it is, and this is not just in Jersey, by the way, most school districts across the country, they adopted gender identity laws at the suggestion of the state board of education in their state, the federal Department of Education, and many of them their local school boards. Okay, so people didn't realize. So here's the thing, Mark. I can just tell you here in Missouri, like the school district that I'm in a Republican area. Okay, since 2014, they've allowed that, but you would have never known because it never was talked about, right? And then it was like maybe one kid. Well, that one kid and that one exception of a family that demanded that this be changed and literally tried to sue the school district to make it happen, the school district had to settle by changing the staff bathroom into a bathroom for this one student, has now morphed into like literally 8 students per grade or more that are demanding the same thing and growing all the way down to like literally 4th grade. Okay. So imagine these other more liberal areas. This is a dysphoria. This is a mental illness, but it's also being propagated by parents, I would argue, some of which aren't on the up and up in their behavior, and teachers who are more activists than teachers. And they believe in this emotional embracing in order to be an effective teacher, when the reality is to be an effective teacher, you need a collaboration with parents. And cutting parents out of that process and thinking that the district and the state, we raise people as a community, as a village. This isn't your kid, this is our kid, we are in this together. Well, it's true that you're in this together when they're in your classroom, but I am the custodial parent of my child, not the teacher, and I damn sure better know anything, and I mean anything, involving my child. But this is why some of these districts got caught forcing kids on COVID shots, right? Like, I don't know if you saw the case of the kid who literally had an allergy, like had a medical reason for why he could not get the COVID shot. They gave it to him, and this kid had severe reactions that paralyzed them. Okay. But then the district tried to say it was an accident. The point is this is where I think Team Trump, and these are people who are very smart. They look at the analytics. I get it, but they have to hone in and target the parents. Okay. And what this crazy communist socialist agenda out of San Francisco, it's a perverse agenda, has flooded into these blue states and in blue cities and in blue school districts. And it is fundamentally changing this country in a bad way, where the importance of parents and that involvement, they're trying to move them towards the state, towards the government. This is a dangerous thing. Like, it's a super dangerous path. By the way, it's also the same path to communism that's taken place in China and any other communist country, that you have to separate the kids from the role of their parents, from a role of a father and mother. This is why you see Latinx and all of these languages to discount the importance of a woman or the importance of a father or male. And this is why you start to see this pull away from the parents, and the next thing you know, they're pulling away from faith and all of these things, and that's to get them embraced by the government.
Under the guise of the abuse of empathy, and they're doing it narrowing from the teenage years downward and the toddler years upward.
Well,
and so you are either inept to take care of your toddler because they may be X, Y, and Z, or your teenager is vulnerable because of their feelings of X, Y, and
So
Z. That's
takes
all
a
I can
village.
say.
Speaking of trans, takes a village. We're gonna trans.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you, Mitt. You know, I was going to ask you, Chris, because you were back
That's trans.
involved with the Democrats back when, Hillary wanted to bring out "It Takes a Village," and I think that was the preconditioning to what we see here.
Yeah, we're gonna trans.
Yeah.
Are you there, Chris? So look, make this be an overarching theme. Like I said, when they can do gender ideology and they wedged it in under sexuality, which the protected class of sex, right? There's a reach there, but they got it in. So it's gonna you're gonna need legal reform. And here's the big the actual challenge with that is it's always easier to add things to the laws than to take them away. It's just that is how it works. That's why you got to be skeptical of anything that restricts any type of freedom, because it is so much harder to get it back than to give it up. So
but that was the point, is the gender identity laws, and that's why I've argued for many years, long before any of you ever knew me. I have publicly had the stance and privately had the stance that gender identity laws are the greatest threat to the United States of America domestically. And the reason why is because how do you enforce against them? Okay, how do you enforce the burden of proof? Like, okay, let's just say when they started pushing this in 2012 and in 2014, it was a 1 in like 178,000 chance that you would come across someone who is transgender, but it was 1 in like 28 or 60 something. Or anyway, the point is, it was far more frequent to come across a sexual predator than it was to somebody transgender. Well, those numbers are completely changed now because all these people think they're pansexual, trisexual. You have Kamala's job applications. When I showed my father and mother, I was like, hey, why don't you go ahead and volunteer for the Kamala Harris campaign since you're so passionate for as a Democrat? Oh, but make sure you select, are you Zer or Lulu or he, her, he? Which pronoun are you, Dad? And he was
well, and those parents of lesbian people, as we're talking about earlier, what do you know about what are Packers? Do you know what a Packer is?
I mean, it's crazy. And so the point but those laws really bound people to have to. You can't argue against it. To your point, Mark, you can't. This is not, the laws actually take away freedom in the name of giving freedom, right? So, like, whatever happened to to a girl being able to change in her locker room and not have a biological male look at her naked or look at her in a bra and panties? Okay, those rights are now gone. If a someone who's a biological male, still intact, is a teen or whatever, you've heard Riley Gaines obviously talk, but this is the reality for kids in this
But I think
country.
you're losing the
That's
argument, Chris, because shouldn't the argument be that we as parents, up until the age of 18, are responsible for our children? So I don't want to hear all the other.
no, Miss G. That's not the responsible. You're embracing that as some giant umbrella. Yes, you're responsible, but there are things, there are constitutional rights, states' rights, federal rights that compete with your interpretation of responsible. The state bears some protection responsibility for their for discrimination by the state, by the school boards. So they're
Should
protected.
your child engage, you are going to dance
We're gonna
within
trans.
these
We're gonna
laws.
trans. We gotta trans, guys. We gotta do it.
So, but here's the hypocrisy of Kamala
And then we're
Harris,
trans.
right? So Kamala Harris jailed parents for kids who, they tried to prosecute parents for kids who were too truant, but also believe that you should not know as a parent if your child has had an abortion or is going through chemical castration or these horrible things, or shows up at school, goes in a closet, changes into a girl, or vice versa. You as a parent should not have to know that, but you should go to jail if they skip too many times, right? And as a professional skipper, as a teenage boy, let me just be on the let me just say that my parents would come unglued if the cops showed up and arrested my mom or dad because I was over here paying the parking guy and bringing him Taco Bell while I skipped out and was that screwing around or whatever, right? This is the new party. This is the new Democrat Party, and this is, if these kinds of extremes are pointed out instead of just these random vague statements, I think it's far more effective.
Thanks, guys. We're gonna transfer over to this because I got in, I took my shower, first time in 3 days, to go back to where I was staying. So the first thing I did after days of protests and miles covered is take a shower, and then I fell asleep, and that's why I was late to the space. So
and transition.
Yep, so we're right. So
y'all, I'm gonna bow out because I'm actually going to go to a movie by myself. And
damn, Chris, we were
eat some
transing
popcorn.
over to RFK, and I was going to you because the point of this preamble is I don't know what happened with RFK. I need to be briefed, and then I can guide a discussion.
Okay. Well, I got a little bit of a walk, so let me just make this really quick. RFK hops out because what's taken place, the Democrat Party stuck actual operatives in their campaign to sabotage the signature process. And they actually caught these people. Okay. Unfortunately, they were effective in some states. And so they caught them, but they got them in enough time to be able to get on the ballot in these other states. At the same time, the Democrat Party was forcing them to spend millions and millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars to fight to even be on the ballot in these states, despite all of the valid signatures and all of jumping over all of the bars and qualifying by every legal standard. And the reason they're doing this is because he actually he has a house in California, because obviously his wife's an actress, but his legal residence and all these things on every document you can think of is New York. And so the corrupt New York courts have tried to throw him off the ballot and use that as the precedence to get him thrown off in other states. So here's what's taken place. They've said, screw it. This is ridiculous. This is who they are, and we're going to expose them now. And so RFK has now publicly endorsed Trump, RFK Jr., his running mate, Nicole Shanahan or whatever, who is, by the way, was a Democrat, but is worth like $600-800 million because of her, she is extremely mad, and she's the mother of a special needs child. So that's a dangerous combo to have pissed her off. And so they're willing to spend whatever it takes to keep Kamala and Walz out of the White House because of how radically extreme they are, how pro-censorship they are, how pro-war they are, how pro-big pharma they are. All of the things that as Robert Kennedy said tonight, used to represent his family's party, this Kennedy-esque Democrat Party. They are the polar opposite. And this is a dangerous precedence. And so what he's saying is, we got a lot of Democrats who are blue no matter who. Okay. Unfortunately, they're never going to vote, despite these people being this way. They're never going to vote against the Democrat Party. But there are a significant amount of people who don't like the two-party system, who don't like the censorship, don't like all these other things, and we need you. And that's the message that they're going to deliver, and they're going to put all kinds of money to it. I'm going to end by saying this. They're pulling off of the ballot in all of these other states, except they are going to try to stay on the ballot in New York, California, and other blue states, because the numbers show that when Kennedy's on the ballot in those states, he actually pulls anywhere from 3 to 6% of the voters in these polls, right? So he's going to do this in blue states and get off all the ballots in all these other states and make it that much harder for them to win, to get to the number 270.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. Enjoy your movie.
And with that, I'm out of here, Crypto. I'm getting some food at the movie
What
theater.
are you saying, Christopher?
I have no clue. I'm gonna walk in here and just. Oh! I know what I'm saying. I'm gonna do a Borderlands.
Okay.
Thanks. Has anybody watched this this Kennedy endorsement, this speech? Again, like I said, I woke up and I want to hear from someone who actually listened to it.
Can I say something real quick about
Cliff
that?
listened to it.
Did you listen to it?
I did, and I didn't hear all of it, but I heard him talking about the assassination.
Interesting. All right, go ahead. What do you got on
And
it? Because it might
yeah,
be.
I'll just be real fast. All I was going to say on that is I wonder if RFK Jr. can be used to draw attention back to the Trump assassination by focusing on the assassination of JFK and specifically tying that in with Trump's announcement that, hey, I'm going to make a presidential commission. RFK Jr. is heading it, and he's got all the ability in the world to declassify stuff. So I thought, I wonder if that's a sort of interesting kind of benefit to also having RFK Jr.
Yeah, good question. Let me Cliff, did you watch this thing?
Yeah, I saw the comments.
Okay, so let me back up. You're watching a Trump rally, or like how did this happen?
No. Well, we were listening to part of it in my space, but no, I listened to Kennedy and what he had to say about endorsing Trump, because I thought that's what you were talking about.
So he comes up on stage at a Trump rally, and you listen to this.
No, Mark.
Yeah,
Mark. RFK Jr. did his own announcement and dropped out of the race and mentioned endorsing Trump and went through his reasons. And then RFK Jr. went to Arizona and was a surprise guest and spoke there fairly briefly. I think Cliff said he listened to the first speech.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no ability to comment on something I didn't watch or see other than ask questions. So I guess
during RFK's first speech, when he spoke long before the rally, like 3 hours or so, 4 hours before the rally, he mentioned that there were some things that Trump had to come towards him on. One being the vaccination, what is Trump's word for it, that he got going so quickly, moved it forward so fast. Operation Warp Speed. He specifically mentioned it, and about the vaccine in general. And he said something about apologies or admissions, or however he worded it at that particular time. And then he kind of gave a half-hearted endorsement, not really endorsing him, saying if I get something like that, I can move closer to him and maybe give a full endorsement. But he did drop out. He did give his plan for trying to help him, Trump, win in the certain battleground states, and then kind of staying on ballots in other states where Trump didn't have to worry as much. But I believe the way it sounded is that was either a head fake that he had already worked out a deal with Trump on those things, but he's letting everybody know that it was a concern to him, or it was an olive branch asking Trump, and Trump obviously had some kind of contact with him. And I don't know if it was a setup and it was a kabuki theater, or if he actually asked him, and then Trump did the art of the deal and negotiated with them, over the phone for a few hours, and he just showed up in Arizona. It could have gone either way.
Great description, Mitt. That's what I was looking for. Can you
He did this before though. He already said that he would appreciate JFK on his team like a week ago.
Right.
Like there's an interview out there. So it was already like a thing. It wasn't like just a backhanded deal last minute to do.
No. But JFK said, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said today, I'm not going to go there unless I get these particular things from Donald Trump.
Right. So
That's what
Mitt,
he said.
Mitt,
Gotcha.
so you watched this. Now, did you see the Trump rally where with that interaction? Did you see that?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
keep
did.
going then.
I did
Keep
watch
going.
that.
Your description.
I did watch that. The
Solid.
Last Refuge. The Last Refuge 2 has some decent analysis of it, and
Well, give
I
us
don't
what you
think that.
saw. Give us yours.
Well, I saw him still. He's there for Trump, and it may be that his family hates him now. He's a lifelong basic socialist. That family's they're Democrats, but they are basically socialists. He's got really extreme socialist types of views about guns and just politics and how the country should be run in general. And it might have been he's maybe at a tipping point in his life where he's trying to change from that, but it's hard for him. And you can see it in his face and in his words that he can't wholly and completely jump on board yet. So I don't know if he's placating and just trying to stay on the down low. Maybe maybe he's got a lot to lose. And there's a lot of intelligence community pressure on him and his family. I saw someone earlier today say something about Alex Jones that, maybe Alex Jones is a little bit of an operative because they've taken everything from him and they can take a little bit more and make him destitute. But he's got to worry about his family and his finances. And they've shown him that they can strip him of everything. And they've kind of done that to the Kennedys. And, does he have that kind of pressure on him? Is he willing to go against it, or is he being used by them? I still think it all needs to play out, and we don't know the answer to it yet.
Okay. I'm just baffled on how he doesn't make that statement and then he walks out on stage with Donald Trump at a Trump rally. But it's
unless I'm getting the two things confused, because I saw both of them. I mean, I watched his statement. My recollection of where he was coming from was that he talked about everything that happened in his campaign, and basically how disillusioned he'd become, with the Democratic Party and what had been going on with it, and the operative kind of stuff, and how they were stifling his efforts to get on ballots, and that he talked about his family history and how his uncle and his father wouldn't have recognized the Democratic Party in its current form, and how it stifles debate and democracy and all this other that stuff like that. And and they were doing the same kind of stuff to Trump, trying to keep him off the ballot, going after him with lawfare. And he talked about lawfare against him too, because they would bring they would bring these cases in different states to try to keep him off the ballot and make him expend resources and stuff on that. And I got that he was supporting Trump, and that he's
how could
they're
you not?
going
He's at a
to
Trump rally. Go ahead.
right. Well, no, but I mean,
blows my mind. So
not
much. I didn't even listen.
no, I meant from his original comments before he went to the Trump rally. Unless I'm mixing them up in my head, because I got a different perspective of it, and and then he talked about some of the things that are important to him, like food, making food better and healthier. And I'm trying to remember what the other 2 or 3 things were that he talked about. But there were a few different things that he was focused
So,
on.
Cliff, just with your earlier explanation, which was well done, good job, bud. But on his opinions of how the Democrat Party treated him, I mean, can you disagree? Do you disagree with him, or do you think he's being too hyperbolic with his statements?
No, I don't think he's being hyperbolic. I mean, I haven't seen what they did, but it wouldn't surprise me that they were trying to keep him off the ballot for whatever. I don't know if they had legitimate reasons for doing it.
What would be the legitimate reasons to keep a Democrat unable to run as a Democrat.
Yeah, I don't know what what legally they were trying to argue. As a practical matter, I don't think that's.
They made up laws again.
Yeah, but does it sound very democratic to you, Cliff?
That's what I'm getting at.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't sound
Let me
very
check. Let me check with Carol. Carol, thanks for dropping in. I guess let me ask you one, and then take it. And where you go? Did you watch this? Did you watch any of this RFK comments at the Trump rally, Carol? And then anywhere else you want to go?
So I did listen to his comment at the Trump rally. That didn't last very long, but I listened to his, I think they called it his address to the nation, from earlier today. I went ahead and watched that one twice. The if you get the full length recording on that, you got to scroll to minute number 41, because the first of it is just, I don't know, introduction. It's nothing. There's you just looking at a screen, but you scroll to minute 41, and that's where he comes on the stage to start talking. I think it's interesting to hear everybody else's perspectives of it. He did talk about being treated unfairly by the Democratic Party. And I remember all this happening, watching this play out, that, he was going to run for office and how they just would not allow him to run as a Democrat. And that's why he switched to independent. I've also watched how they refused repeatedly to give him Secret Service protection. First time in history that a presidential candidate has been given no Secret Service protection until Trump got shot. Then they gave him some Secret Service guards. Okay. So, watching all of this and listening to what he has to say, because I've been paying attention to him for 2 decades, not just lately. And I've loved him for 2 decades. And I've caught a lot of flack from some of my friends, some of whom are in here tonight, going, "Oh, you're going to vote for RFK. You want him." I never said I was voting for that guy. What I did say is I love him. I love his take on many things, and I disagree with him on some things. And I've always said that. Anyway, I watched it twice. And my big takeaway was, yes, the Democratic Party has treated him very unfairly. I don't know why they didn't want him on the ticket as a Democrat. I guess because they knew he'd win over Biden. Like that's the only thing I can think of, because he would have. But the other thing is that
they've been pulling those games since Edwards.
Okay, and then, but my other big takeaway, because we all listen for our own things, right? We're all tuned into our own ideas, our own, takeaway on things, the things that are important to us, our own values and stuff. But what I heard him say, and he talked about this at length, is tackling this chronic disease state that our country is in. We are the sickest nation in the world, and there's no reason for that. We spend so much more in healthcare than any other place on the planet by far, and we are so sick in this country. So many foods, there's I think 200,000 toxic chemicals that are allowed in our food, and hardly any allowed in any other foods in any other country in the world. They just ban our foods. They don't want our crap over there because it's so toxic. Okay, so he addressed this, but he talked at length about putting some measures in place to tackle this chronic disease state that's going on in this country. And you guys know that this is my wheelhouse. Okay, this is the thing I focus on. I'm not even coming up in your space and talking ever unless it's got something to do with health. Do I ever? So that was the thing that caught my attention, and he did speak about this quite a bit. And that's why I've loved him for 2 decades, is because this guy is on point with the quality, the toxic vaccines that they're injecting into our children, a lot of things. And the vaccine, that vaccine topic, that's why his family has turned against him. I posted down in the chat bubble, his own siblings have said that they're very disappointed about him doing this, and they're not on board. Caroline Kennedy has been attacking him for years. He doesn't get invited to weddings and stuff in his family a lot of times because they're so against him taking on the EPA, the FDA. He has sued the FDA and won a bunch of times, and his family is not okay with that. I don't know if his family's been bought off by the Bilderberg group. I don't know what's going with by BlackRock. I don't know what's going on. Bill and Melinda Gates is meddling in the Kennedy family. I don't know. But his family is not okay with him standing up for the health of children in this country. They're just not. And so that
Mark,
was my big takeaway.
Mark, can I read you an exact quote from his speech? And I think
Please
it will
do.
highlight
Yep.
the difficulty that he was facing. So this is Kennedy speaking. My joining the Trump campaign will be a difficult sacrifice. I thought that was very interesting. A difficult sacrifice. Kennedy told the crowd in Phoenix, Arizona, it will be worthwhile if he gets a chance in Republican administration to end what he contends is a wave of chronic diseases among America's children. And then in quotations, in an honest system, I believe I would have won the election, said Kennedy, alleging that mainstream media censored him while the Democratic Party thwarted his access to the ballots. He said Trump's promise to negotiate an end to the Russia war on Ukraine alone would justify my support for his campaign. And Kennedy stepped off the podium after 50 minutes and taking no questions. So he's admitting that, hey, this is a very difficult thing for me. And there's like 2 or 3 things is the reason that I'm doing it. But those things are so important to me that I think it'll be worthwhile. So there's 300 things that he probably disagrees with Trump and all Republicans on. But these few handful of things are so important to him that he's willing to swallow the pill. Or like I said, maybe he's a plant. Who knows? It was only, 2 days before the Kennedy and Trump team came together, and this is another one from The Last Refuge, that Trump said, hey, you know what, intelligence community, don't come knocking on my door. I don't even want to talk to you. I don't want presidential briefings. I don't want daily briefings. I don't want anything from you. You lie. I can't trust you. Stay away from me. And then a couple days later, the sweethearts start talking together.
Wow, wild. Great dig, Mitt. I just followed you for that because that's very applicable to someone who hasn't watched any of this. So thank you. And let me think here. Yeah, no, that's excellent. And I say this as
Thanks,
something. Yeah, you're welcome. So ideology and politics aside, what a display of leadership that he has. He prioritized in that statement. He prioritized what are his big concerns, and he said, how can I get those addressed? Okay, and it's not how can I get those addressed with my ego intact. It's how can I get those addressed, and then at the same time, what a bunch of leadership, from President Trump, who's like, these are good concerns. These are probably areas that we can negotiate, or I'm willing to negotiate. I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to take some sort of action. I'm open to it, right? So significant. I just think that's a display of leadership. Cliff, you think there's any leadership there, or am I way off here? Is there leadership or no leadership?
I think that he was in a difficult. It actually wasn't really in a difficult position. The Democrats,
or no leadership, Cliff.
I don't. I mean, some leadership. I don't really.
So leadership.
I don't think this was the greatest, like sacrificial move. The guy. It was a calculated move.
You don't think that this is that significant?
Can I say something, Cliff?
And wait. The other thing is, it's funny because they both had really unflattering things to say. They have their tweets, but
but
Trump
doesn't
had about
that display leadership? That their egos are not as big as their hearts, and not as big as their brains. If they want to get their initiatives done, they're not gonna get everything they want, but they want some of what they want, right? Isn't that leadership, Cliff?
It could be, or it could just be cold and calculated.
What's
politics
so cold about trying to get the things you care most about, which in this case for Kennedy is, I would say, healthcare and healthy kids and healthy lifestyle. Oh, by the way, not an intelligence community that's, I don't know, assassin,
Mark
controlled. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mark's making a good point, but Cliff, it was your own party that kept him off the states. So,
Bernie, just like Bernie.
It was calculated, Cliff. Cliff, it was calculated.
So, Cliff, I mean,
it was both. They both were, but that doesn't. But I'm saying he's being calculated.
But Cliff, my question.
First off, I don't see his leadership because I don't see him as a leader. I mean, he's not. He was never going anywhere. He was just a guy running. He had some marginal support in the party that would have made a difference in a close election, but he certainly wasn't going to win.
But Cliff, you know that he was put in that position by the DNC, right?
Yeah, but even if he would have run, he still wouldn't have won.
Hold on.
I mean,
so you have Kamala Harris, who's arguably one of the worst vice presidents ever, polling neck and neck with Donald
Worse than Aaron Burr, and he shot Hamilton.
But you're saying if
there's no way to measure a vice president. They don't do anything.
Yes.
They literally
Yes,
don't
they
do
do.
anything. They wait for the president.
Let's measure it this
They-
way, Cliff. When she ran in the primaries, she didn't have 1% of all
There's 100
Democratic
ways to
votes.
measure this, Cliff.
And RFK Jr., even with the current situation, was running at 5-10%. So he's always
We gotta
had
go back to
more
crypto. I'm sorry.
fucking
Let's go.
support than fucking Kamala Harris.
Cliff, you're saying that if RFK Jr. ran in a primary, an open, clean primary with everyone, just Kamala Harris and him, you're saying that Kamala beats him in a Democratic primary?
Yeah, because the Democratic Party is behind her.
No. I'm saying everything is fair and square like it's supposed to be. We're not going to pick and anoint people, right? Which is what you guys have done. We get it. That's fine. I mean, it is who it is. I'm asking if someone is not picked and anointed and just given a spot, if they run in an open primary and the DNC goes, you guys have at it, the winner gets our backing. You think Kamala Harris beats Bobby Kennedy Jr.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just follow up. What are her policies and what has she done that would make her beat Bobby Kennedy Jr. in a fair primary runoff?
She's not nuts.
What? Okay, well, I'll just keep asking questions then. Okay,
that's the start of it. Can we start with the fact that he's
what
nuts?
Does that mean? I don't know what that means, so explain it to me.
You don't know the bear story?
No, tell me about the bear story.
Oh my God!
Oh God! Shut up,
guys. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Why do you? You know what?
I just asked you if it's a display of leadership,
that's
Cliff.
important. You think that's
Tell me about the bear story, Cliff.
It's
nuts. So far off.
Freaking crazy.
Cliff, I don't know the bear story. Tell me about it.
He went off on a hunting trip, right? And then goes on the hunting trip. Somewhere along the line on the way back, there was a bear or something laying in the middle of the road. So he wanted to take the bear and bring it home and either skin it or eat it. I think he wanted to skin it. Maybe he wanted to eat it too. I don't know. But he decided.
That sounds like something I would do.
So he's somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Cliff the other day.
Okay, so there's the bear story. What else, Cliff?
I didn't.
What happened?
I'm sorry.
What happened? Did he bring the bear home?
I finished the bear story yet. I didn't get close to finishing the
bear
story
Was he
yet.
hunting bear or?
Okay, so
because you're wrong.
Let him just finish the bear story. I don't.
Stop.
All right, boom. You're all muted. When I unmute, I want to hear the fucking bear story because I don't know it. And if someone interrupts Cliff, I'll move you down so I can fucking hear it. So, Cliff, go ahead. I don't know the bear story, so go ahead, buddy.
Unmute, Cliff.
I did. It just takes a while. So he's on his way. He has a dinner that night that he realizes he can't get back home in time to drop off the bear that's in his fucking truck or car or whatever the hell it is that he's driving. So apparently at the time, there have been a lot of people in a Central Park area. I think it was Central Park where ultimately this story ends, where bikers had been hit, run over, whatever. He thought it would be funny to leave the dead bear on a bicycle in the park because he couldn't get back to his house in time and make the dinner. So that's what he did.
Okay. Is that the end of the bear story?
That doesn't sound like, if that doesn't sound nuts to you, I don't know what does.
Well, I mean, okay.
That's not the full
Roxy,
story.
hold on.
Enforce it.
You need to learn some.
Oh my God, people, shut the fuck up for a second. All right, Cliff, back to you. Okay, funny, or I guess not funny story, whatever. I don't think that's a disqualifying factor for me. Was this recent or was it a long time ago? Do you have any idea?
In the story that I heard, he didn't mention it. I didn't hear him say when it was, so I don't know how long ago it was.
Okay, what else besides the bear story is a disqualifier?
Well,
if anything?
he tends to go. Yeah, he tends to go off on a lot of conspiracy, theories. He's very, you listen to him, and he sounds very, he sounds very credible or whatever. But he's got his whole story about how his father was really killed.
Okay, so I don't know that. What's the real story behind that?
He talked about how there was more than, I'm trying to remember, there was more than one gunman. He talked about where the bullets landed and stuff, and that the story was, the story that they gave is fabricated.
I thought that's kind of mainstream now, that there probably wasn't one shooter.
Well, I haven't heard it be mainstreamed. I've heard him give his version.
So I'm not a JFK expert, but I've heard that even the best shooters of today could not have done what that guy did, and all.
I'm not talking about his uncle. I'm talking about his dad.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right, so we got the bear story, we got his dad's story. What else we got?
Yeah, just he goes off. He had this whole thing about I remember at one point having this whole thing about the vaccine kind of being designated that certain people wouldn't get it at certain rates, or that were less than others. Like it was intentionally done that way. I think it was. I remember it being. I remember it being Jews. I don't remember who else it was that got into that. I mean, just has some really weird. Not everything about the guy is bad, right? But I mean, there are these things that just. I'm sorry, they're deal breakers for me. And when you have an 80-year-old fucking guy that that's the president, and I'm talking about well, it would have been Biden, but I guess it doesn't matter in this case because he's not going to be the VP. But he's not. I don't know what he's going to. What he's ultimately going to be in Trump's. In cabinet or whatever. Trump called him an environmental nut and a lot of other things too in a tweet. But I don't have the tweet in front of me. They both went after each other. I mean, Kennedy had bad things to say about Trump too. So
okay.
And some people I think that he's actually going in to try to hurt Trump. It's like it's an act. I don't know. I doubt it, but I mean, there are people that think that's swimming around too.
All right, Mark, you got anything before we go to the hands?
No, I just think that Cliff dodged whether that was a leadership display or not. I think it's a clear case of leadership.
I mean, it's pretty obvious he doesn't like him personally either.
Right,
so it doesn't really matter.
But you don't have to.
I don't
you
know.
don't have to like a guy
I don't know
to say.
I also saw.
Leadership.
I also saw pretty cool. I also saw him do a pretty good, cool thing of like picking up a rattlesnake around his house, putting it in a bag. I mean, I watched that.
What's not leadership about that? Especially if he didn't kill
Nothing.
it.
I wasn't criticizing that. I'm saying I saw him do that.
Well, that sounds pretty brave, does it not?
What?
Sounds pretty brave. Your hand on. Yeah. So
that sounds pretty fucking dumb. I would shoot it.
No. Well, see. So it shows confidence, capability,
or it shows being dumb.
Empathy. No, dude, I've moved rattlesnakes.
Okay, that's dumb when you did it too.
Okay.
If I saw a rattlesnake, I would get my shotgun,
move the
20 feet away and kill it.
Which has more leadership? Move the snake or kill a snake? Both
Neither have leadership. Neither have leadership. One person is shooting it from 20 feet away with no injury, and the other one could die. So I would say I'm smarter and I have more leadership.
And better
judgment. Thank you, Cliff.
No, I do. It's okay.
Chipotle is not good judgment, Crypto.
Rattlesnake.
It's good judgment. I would blow that thing into 84,000 pieces, and Mark would be fucking dying on the side of the road.
No.
It is a pretty cool video, though. You can go watch it if you haven't seen it. I was impressed. I couldn't believe he was so nonchalant about the whole thing.
Totally I can't believe we're talking about a snake and leadership and RFK for president. Like this is one conversation we're having right now.
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't know why you don't like him. Like it sounds like you don't like him personally tonight, Cliff. I don't know why.
That's a thing with Cliff. Cliff, if he doesn't like something you did, anything, you're DQ'd. No leadership. You're out. What I'm trying to say is, the man prioritized his concerns, and he says, "I can't get this done unless I go with Trump."
What has he led? I mean, has he had a leadership position in anything?
Mark, can I talk on something?
I'm just asking, has he ever had it? Because I don't think he has.
He has. The
What?
Children's Health Defense. This is a very powerful group that is standing up for the health of children, not just nationwide, but pretty much around the world. And they do a lot of work for adults as well. And yes, he's one of the founders of that. He stepped out of it in order to run for presidential office. And that's why I raised my hand. That is a massive leadership position right there. And he has come through on that massively. And the fact that he picks up a snake, he's a badass.
Well, I meant to show that he was a badass. I wouldn't do it. And like I said, he was very calm about the whole thing. You have to watch the video. I mean, he looked like a professional snake handler. I was sitting there going, "Where did you learn how to do this?"
Let me jump to Willie real quick because Willie has some details, and then we'll keep it brief, guys, because we could just we got people waiting. Willie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, and I'm not very well versed on everything. Cliff, I'm not attacking you here. Just a quick question. Can we kind of converse back a little bit here and there for a second?
Sure.
So obviously, you're speaking about this rattlesnake and the bear incident. Some crazy different things that happened down the line. Now let's put into play the future. From what I've gathered and heard you say, you don't think that he showed leadership? Is that what I heard? Just a yes or no?
Yeah, that's what you heard.
Okay, so this gentleman, Robert Ken and Bobby, he's an extremely intelligent man who cares deeply about children, the healthcare system, bringing out the truth of vaccines, did a lot for different things through legal matters that I don't know how to say properly. His family is a legacy in the Democratic Party, which is no longer the Democratic Party. They pick and choose her. That's just my opinion there. He's running for a campaign. They don't give him a fair shot. And let's all be honest. I'm for Trump, but I'll just say the truth. Kenny will blow Harris and all of them out of the water any day of the week. It's not even a question that I have to ask. So he pushes on knowing with his campaign that, yeah, it's an uphill battle, which takes courage. It takes a lot of pushback. You're going to lose friends. You're going to spend money. So we get to present day. Obviously, and this is a huge sign of leadership where I see, and like I said, please don't judge me on my words. I'm not very well versed, so correct me if I said something wrong after I'm done.
But Willie, you're on the right track. Totally. This is Lily.
I was about to land.
I'm a former general. Excuse me?
I said I was just about to land my main point I wanted to say.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So what I was saying is it takes a lot of humility and humbleness and what I would say true leadership to do what he did today. His first speech that he gave, because he was in Arizona and Trump was in Arizona today. His speech was probably one of the top 5 speeches for some people ever to hear. If you listen to the entire thing, the mainstream media cut him off. If that doesn't say something right there, because they don't want his truth getting out. Him and Trump are obviously, they have their differences, like everybody said. Okay, our country is divided, and they want to keep us divided. So I see 2 strong men with very strong opposing opinions, but believe in what's the better and come to a mutual standing point. And if you can't call that leadership, I don't know what leadership is, because that was honestly amazing to see how well welcome he was at the Trump rally. I mean, applause were going everywhere. And Trump even mentioned it, and they embraced with a nice, wonderful hug. And they didn't mention cabinet positions with him because I guess there's some type of legal thing, if I'm saying that correctly. And this was not an attack on you. This was just my take on everything. Because, I mean, I've done some wild stuff when I was a kid. I got some goofy stories that gets out there. I don't want people to know them. But that's kind of what I had to say. And Mark, I think Mark and Crypto, I hope I was able to bring some light to some stuff. And Lily, I thank you for letting me finish. I think you were agreeing with me though.
I totally agree with you. It took a lot of guts and a lot of courage. And did anyone ever think that maybe this was done on purpose? That they tried to fool the DMs, which are, we all know, crooked criminals, and I can tell you the background as far as John F. Kennedy, his assassination. All the books and everything that have been written are incorrect. I know exactly, and Trump knows, because Trump was the one in 2016 that went to his hospital room because Bush Sr. was a part of the Illuminati, and he sold his soul, and he did not want to die without going to God. And that's the one thing that God does, is that if you sell your soul, he turns it, that's the one thing he will turn his back on you with. And so he had his tribunal and his execution, so to speak.
Thanks, Lily. I just want to hit this
And
while it's still fresh.
with
Hold
Trump.
on. Thank you. Will, thank you.
Well,
Hold on.
at his funeral, if you noticed,
No,
they showed the film of
no, we're not gonna do that. Let me go ahead and remove from speaker. Yeah. So timeliness, Lily, timeliness. Will just walked off a home run, and you wanna come up here just swinging bunts all day. Let me talk to Willie real quick.
Did you say swinging bunts?
Swinging bunts, exactly. That's what she was doing. So there's a time and place for that.
Those are actually very hard to do, though.
Yeah, well, I know. It's just, they're swinging it. Will, it's like,
what?
I never seen anything like it. Will makes a great point. He kills it, hits home runs. He's talking to Cliff about leadership and Trump, and he explained it well. And now the word Illuminati cannot be used in the follow at bat. You can't. All right, you gotta read the field. Okay.
The tea leaves.
The tea leaves.
That's
yeah. There's a time and place for Illuminati talk, and it's not after that.
It's not after a grand slam.
Exactly.
Right.
The crowd's still cheering.
Unless you're doing a secret handshake from the Illuminati.
Will, great job. I'm just Cliff, if you remember anything Will said, because we're distracted, that's the situation. There's leadership. I don't know how you can ignore that fact. That what it took today was courage. It was a display of leadership, a display of maturity, and it just baffles me that you can't even agree that that's what it was. Baffles me.
Well, prepare to be.
Well,
baffled.
let me ask you. Give me an example. Give me an
I
example of someone that we all know that in your opinion has displayed incredible leadership with an example. Person and example.
Well, I'm trying to think of somebody who's done. It's been a while.
I don't think you have any idea when leadership is right in front of you, Cliff. Not to be mean, but I don't think you do, because it's beyond apparent that this was a leadership display. And I have a lot more respect for Kenny, not because he walked out on Trump stage, but because he prioritized his concerns. He put his ego aside, and he said, "This is how I address what what my convictions are," and that's leadership. And he did it publicly.
So, Mark, just real quick though, I mean, I don't think this is this benevolent thing that you're making it out to be. His dick was tied against the wall, and he had two choices, right? Option one was
more than two choices. Nope.
Okay, well, I'm going to finish.
That's what I thought.
Option one. Okay, Cliff, I'm actually making your point, I think, so shut up.
Yeah, you are. Go ahead.
Option one is I stay in and I get my head beat in. Option two is I see no path forward, and we all know that, right? So option two is I cut a deal with one or two people, and I cut a deal with Trump. And I'm not saying that's not leadership. What I'm saying is that's accurately assessing the situation. You're not talking about a guy who was polling at 50% and was going to win. You're talking about a guy who's polling at 2 to 4 to 5%, and he wasn't going to go anywhere in this election. So if you're not going to do that, and you're spending tons of money, and you're polling like shit, you should probably reassess your situation, which is smart to do. And he had two options. One was to get beat and go nowhere. The other one was to cut a deal with someone and get something he wants. Kind of like when lawyers go to mediation, right? You're not going to hit a home run. Maybe you'll hit a double. I'm not sure why you're thumbs downing Roxy. The guy was not going to win. So he had his only other option was to cut a deal. So he cut a deal. It was smart. Otherwise, he goes home with nothing. But if he cuts a deal, he goes home with a double. So, he gets to be part of the cabinet. He
Or a
gets to get some
swinging
things that
bunt.
he what?
Or a swinging bunt, he said.
No, it's not a swinging bunt. The guy hit a double. The guy recognized that if he went any longer, he was going to have no chips at the table. So he cashed in and he got what he wanted for it.
So I think you're completely right about, yes, he observed the situation.
Do not even give me a but. Don't tell me all the things I'm so good at and then give me a but, Marcus.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice.
No, don't do it. Just cut to your point.
You want to
just cut to your point.
You're wrong. There's not just two options. He could have done the Bernie Sanders.
God.
No, you're so wrong. He could have done the
this
Bernie
guy
Sanders.
who can't even get into his
He could have
space on time or
and he
get his equipment to work. Come on.
And he could have said, "I'm a socialist, but that's why I need to pay."
No, it doesn't matter. He wouldn't have gone anywhere. He would not have polled any better, Mark.
Everyone knows.
Oh, you're so wrong.
And then he's going to go to the same people in prison.
This is why we're not invited back to Mar-a-Lago anymore. This is why we can't go to Mar-a-Lago, because of this advice you're giving.
It's a little deal with money right now, but it's
this is why Trump hasn't invited us back after your last little escapade over there.
That's option 3.
Okay? There's no option 3. Take option 3 and shove it up your ass. There's no option.
I mean, we got to ask the people.
Hang on one second. Mark, you've been invited to Trump events. Crypto, you haven't.
That's not true. I've been to events here without Mark. I don't know what that means.
I've been to Mar-a-Lago more than Crypto.
No, you haven't. And all the events that Mark has gone to was my invite.
No, more than you.
Did you work there, Rox X?
I worked at the Secret Service in my job. That's why I've been trying to say shit.
What does it have to do with? So,
I was
just saying I've been in Mar-a-Lago more than you.
So if you're in Mar-a-Lago, you're hiding under a bathroom or a staircase, and you can't go out and see the people. Because I certainly haven't seen you. That is true, because I haven't seen you there.
Do you know?
And trust me, I know everyone there.
That's because I was there way before you.
That's not true. It's not true.
There's more than 2 options.
So during his presidency,
there's not more than 2 options. No, it's not. Option 1 is go forward and get your head beat in. Option 2 is cashing your chips and cut a deal.
And option 3 is you go.
Is what, Mark? Option 3 is what?
Bernie Sanders.
What? Mark, 78 days prior to the election? Yeah, this is option 3. This is why you'd be fired. Okay, listen, you have 78 days before the election. Go out there and act like you're really far left, even though the last 50 years everyone knows you're not.
That is nothing.
You're fired, Mark. You're fired. I'm sorry. You're fired. You're fired.
Yeah.
You're going to convert him into Bernie Sanders in 2 weeks. This is why we're not invited back. You are not a serious person. I will get Isaiah Washington to come in.
I said what I said. You try to make it down to a one of 2 options.
It is one of 2 options because your option isn't an option. Oh, here's option 4. Hold on. Option 4. Option 4, Mark, he blows his head off. Not an option.
Rest in case.
Not an option.
Rested. It's over.
You could pick up people.
Not an option.
Mark destroyed you, Crypto.
Yeah, you wish, Michael D. You wish. I'm going to G. G, go ahead.
He only went with me because I agree with you.
Oh, shut the fuck up, G. Get it done. Let's go.
Where's the love, buddy? Where's the love? Anyway, Mark, are you serious? Like, I really.
He is serious, unfortunately. I know it's bad.
Very.
Room with us right now, or he's serious?
No, he's actually serious. You can tell in his voice. He's serious. And the more we talk about this, the more he's getting upset.
Mark, not you. Mark, come on. You're fucking with us, right? With this whole Bernie Sanders move?
Well, what are you saying? That's an option, is it not?
She's saying you're a moron.
No, I'm saying.
Why is it not an option for him?
Sleep.
Huh?
That's what I think. I think maybe this trip was really hard on you.
You're not answering the question. Why is it not an option?
He's fucking delusional. For the same reason that Trump isn't running as a Democrat, Mark.
Don't get it.
Yeah.
How does that happen, Mark? Go to the next person.
No.
No, G, keep going. Keep going, G.
You're not gonna just tell me.
How does it happen, Mark?
You're not just gonna tell me I have no idea what I'm talking about in my
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, enjoy.
Let's go back to Michael Dean.
Yeah, none of them understand leadership, Mark. None of them. None of them have been in the fucking service. None of them have played team sports. They don't fucking understand leadership.
This fucking guy chews on crayons, and now I got to take his orders.
He knows.
That's called leadership.
Yeah, full display. Let me tell you about leadership. I watched my drill instructor. He asked if we had cleaned the latrines properly, and we said yes. And he said we're supposed to trust each other. We said yes. He got down and he licked the urinal. Okay, leadership.
Shut the fuck up.
Leadership.
That's stupid.
That's
We totally need a vomit emoji for that one.
By example.
I definitely think we have different definitions.
Yeah. At this point, Mark has gone totally off the fucking reservation.
Are you for real, Mark?
I am. Yes.
Like, did he really truly do that? Oh dear
Mark.
God.
Mark has now lost the entire room, and I'm fucking here for it.
No, it was. Listen. This wasn't day 4. We were well developed, trained organization at that point.
Yeah.
Go back to Michael Dean.
Buddy.
Okay, so I got it for you, Crypto. Even with your suggestion, right? The other option is what I think Mark's trying to say.
My suggestion is the only suggestion because that's the one.
That's fine. That's fine. The other option was what Mark was trying to say is he could have stayed on and went down with the ship. That's ego.
That was the other option, Michael Dean. No, that was literally option one that I gave you.
All your Chipotle,
you fucking jarhead.
The point is he set aside his ego, and he could have went down with the ship. And yes, he did compromise and make a deal, which is called fucking politics.
You're an idiot.
But he made a strong decision.
And I said that was his option.
That's called leadership.
Mark
in the military, sometimes we have to side with.
Oh my God, this fucking guy. Mark is saying that option 3 is he comes out as a full-blown socialist.
Mute me again, bitch. Mute me again.
I just did. There is no option 3, Michael Dean. It doesn't exist. The option you just spoke of.
Only options were
the option that you just spoke of, Michael Dean, was my option 1, and Mark tossed that in the trash.
Wait. Why couldn't he have done? Here's one ask. Why couldn't he have hung up his campaign, closed it up, and not endorsed Trump?
Why didn't? Because he wouldn't have gotten anything back for that, Mark.
Well,
millions of dollars.
Could he have done it with Kamala Harris?
No, she wouldn't even meet with him.
He needed a return on the
investment. That's not an option.
That's
it's not an option, Mark. If I won't meet you, then you won't get anything.
Options.
Well, okay. Here's another option. He takes a shotgun and blows his head off. And
the fact that this is an argument is an example of this was a serious uphill.
No, this is one of the dumbest conversations I've ever had in my life.
No, it's not. You titled it. People want to talk about it because it's significant.
There are only 2 options, Mark. To think of anything else is to waste time.
No, I look at your doing. No, we know it's significant. That's why
it's not significant.
That's why it's an argument. That's why it's a discussion. That's why it's an example of leadership or not, Cliff.
That's why you're not an advisor, and that's why we can't go back to Mar-a-Lago.
All right.
And also, you think licking a latrine is a sign of leadership.
Right, exactly.
In the right context. I'm not
Apparently, if you do anything stupid, Mark considers that leadership. Yeah, exactly.
Nah, the urinal was clean. I can tell you that.
Next hand. Over the urinal, and I'm with her.
So, Crypto, running into the line of fire, is that stupid or leadership?
Depends on the situation, Michael Dean. And you think I'm going to fall for that one? Fuck
face. No, I think that's all Mark's saying. I think that's all Mark's saying.
That's not what Mark is saying.
Depends on the situation.
How about I go put my
dick... He could have dropped out and not taken all the heat he's going to take.
And once again, Michael Dean is muted. What about I go out and put my dick...
silence him when he's on a roll.
Now he's being stupid. What about I go out and put my dick in a car door and slam it? Is that leadership, Michael Dean? Because apparently for you it is. Putting my dick in a car door and chopping it in half.
Because you gain nothing from that, dumbass. You don't gain anything from that, Crypto.
Yes, I do. I get to show everyone how much of a man I am by slamming my dick in a car door.
That's not manly. Manly is protecting your Crypto.
Oh, I'm going to go out. Oh, how about I find a rattlesnake and let it bite me? Oh, what a fucking guy this is. Manly here.
Who did that?
That's a leader.
When you go play with the snake, Mark, and not my snake, but a rattlesnake, sometimes it bites.
How about I'm not scared of a little rattlesake?
Why not? Whether you're scared or not.
Crypto, not all of us are scared of the little iguanas that climb around in our fucking tree.
What are you talking about? I fucking caught those things. Now I'm eating a fucking cookie. I can't respond back to you right now.
Oh, you capture them in photos, by the way. Crypto.
Yeah, and I sent it off to you. And by the way, Mark Naughton, you were saying how great of a fucking videographer I am. You're like, oh my God, look at these angles. This is great fucking shit. You were calling Fox News about me.
I am a straight shooter. Crypto is, you guys don't know this, but he dabbles in iguana photography.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm serious. He's a leading invasive green iguana photographer in South Florida.
You better fucking believe it.
Yep.
You should post more of those pictures in, Crypto.
I can't. People are still
protect his
listening
identity.
to this shit.
Yeah,
you want to take pictures of my snake?
Why are all of you in this room still listening? Go fucking do something.
They want to weigh in on, did he only have one or two options, and did he choose the brave one of two? Or
are you talking about RFK?
Yeah, he's still talking about him.
Mark, what other options did he have?
He had 100 options. We went over this, Jack. He didn't have to endorse President Trump. He didn't have to walk out.
Oh, you got to be kidding me! Why would you throw that political capital away?
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
Exactly.
Sorry, Michael.
Jack's right on top of the target. Keep going, buddy. Fire away.
Mark, what else would he do? Had to cut off his nose to spite his face?
Slam his dick in a door?
He'd have to. Wouldn't it be safer to do nothing or endorse Kamala Harris?
Fucking political novice rookie over here. I can't believe I fucking tagged him.
Or is it a gamble in any direction? It's a gamble, right? You don't know how everything's going to play out.
It's the only road that was available, Mark.
Well, Mark, if you look at it like this, think of it like this. He's from a political family, right? They're experts at this. They have their doctorates in this shit. That's number one.
They're doctors, right? Mark. They're doctors.
There's no way they would throw away that political capital. No way. Right? Like in our world, maybe it's an option to you, but that wouldn't be an option to a Kennedy.
So why is it not an option that
Mark couldn't run for dog catcher?
Hold on. That Crypto. Let me do it. Why is it not an option that he would go to the Democratic Party?
Because they threw him off the ballot, Mark.
Hold on.
I'll have to listen to his speech, Mark. I sent it to you in your DM, by the way.
Listen to his
speech. What party would he go to,
He
Mark?
essentially talks about the fact that they're turning communist, and that's why he chose not to go that direction.
He's going to join the Nazi party, Mark. That's an option.
Right. So
he literally talked about that. I sent you his speech, by the way.
Did he have to walk out and endorse Trump actually on stage? Does he have to do that in this?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because that's how you spend that political capital, right? If you want a position in his cabinet or wherever in his administration, right, you're going to have to blow him the right way, right? It's like it's tit for tat. So I mean, I think he did the right thing. And not only that, I don't think that they're too far apart. Like RFK's a little crazy on a bunch of shit. Trump's not going to let him near those fucking levers. But other things, I think they agree on. So you let the guy into your fucking administration. RFK he's not going to sit idle either. I think he's going to be a doer if he gets in there.
He might make him attorney
I
general.
will say, if anybody knows about blowing the right way, it is Jack.
Jack knows about
And how do you know
about a good blow.
Cliff, he's probably going to be more along the HHS side of things.
Well, he could be, but I just think he could hit a lot more different things if he was the
How
AG.
guaranteed?
He talked in his
near
speech
that level.
about the fact that he
Is
wanted
that guy
to
an
talk
attorney?
more about the health side of things.
I will.
RFK
Yeah,
an
I
attorney?
know he wants.
I'll say this.
What?
Is he an attorney?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
One said
Oh my
yes. One said
God,
no.
crypto, Jesus.
He's a Kennedy, right?
All right, yeah, we've had enough. Michael Dean's going in timeout. I'm putting baby in the corner.
But crypto, he talked more about
Michael
the fact
Dean,
that
if
he
you want to
wanted
send
to
me a
be
text saying Baba
involved with the
Booey,
health
Baba
side of
Booey,
things.
I'll bring you back.
I want to know what happened to Mark on this trip. I want to know if he banged
Hey, Mark, did you take acid something when you were on your trip?
on a rooftop of Trump Tower.
I think he licked the latrine.
Mark's
I think
like, yeah, he's got a third option. I mean, Mark, the equivalent, Mark.
I'll ask you this.
The equivalent you're giving, Mark, is you have a full house. You got like another $500 sitting around, right? You already spent $2,000 in the pot, and you just fold your cards and walk away. That's an option. You're a fucking retard, but that's also an option.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah. You asked me. And Michael Dean, quit bitching.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. How guaranteed is it that you will see Kennedy?
Baba Booey.
How guaranteed is it that
nothing's guaranteed in life, Mark? You know this.
Okay.
Want to work with probabilities? Sure.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. What is the probability that he gets something out of this, as in a job in the White House?
100%.
Yeah. Well, I would
disagree. See,
I would never. Okay, Mark, calm your fucking tits. The fact that he spoke to Trump about this, if Trump wins, I would put it at like 95%.
I would put it lower.
Okay.
Good
for you, but it's still more likely than not.
Your partner?
No, I'm going to Trump. He makes. I'll tell you. Let me talk. I'll tell you why. The man makes so many deals, and very few of them turn out to be cabinets. Very few of them turn out to be in the White House.
But this one, I think he remembers.
His deals. That's the reason why
he just made a deal for 5% of the vote. He's going to remember.
Yes,
he's definitely going to be in. I'm on board with that one.
And he's keeping his name on all the ballots in the blue damn states.
I would not even.
Man, Mark is in the minority tonight.
I wouldn't raise an eyebrow if it doesn't turn into any White House position.
It's a good thing this is recorded so that everybody
Mark,
can go back and say, "Oh,
this is
Mark
so
was wrong."
Mark, you know what's crazy?
Look. I've never been a political analyst. I'm not good at it.
You know that. I know. We all know that, Mark.
I ask questions. But the point is, I am telling you, I would not at all. You would be surprised because you think it's 95%. You're more likely not. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it didn't translate into a job in the White House.
Why?
And that's why.
Why? No. Tell me why, though, Mark. He didn't make a deal with some fucking janitor. He made a deal with the third-party candidate who was going to suck votes away from him. Tell me why you don't think he's going to get a job.
I wasn't a party of the conversation because I don't know because I don't know the details of the deal.
That's why. I
but you're making. But Mark, you're making an awful big assumption for someone who wasn't a part of the conversation.
Mark, so are you? You call it 95%?
Yes, I'm saying 95%. I don't need to, Mark, listen, I don't need to know how the fucking steak is made to know the steak is on my fucking table. All right. They made a deal. He's backing him. It's obvious why he did it. I don't need to be in the room for the conversation, whether it's vaccines or poison in our food, FDA, whatever the fuck it was.
that was of concern to RFK. He had enough juice nationwide, particularly in swing states, that Trump just had a rally with him and spoke with him and was so happy to have him on board.
I say it again, I would not be surprised.
But you don't say why. You're just like, yeah.
Because Trump has, no, I do. Because Trump has a massive, hold on. Trump has a massive history of making deals that do not require, that don't require him to pay out and put you in
How
the
many
White House.
deals has he made like this with a massive third-party candidate?
Right.
The first one.
Mark, what does RFK
So
get
it's
for
unprecedented then.
They
It is.
replaced Fauci. They set in line, new leadership there. So they're not going to say, okay, we're going to kick our people out and put you in if you come and endorse us. So, and mind you, they didn't even want him, and they're the ones that are trying to keep him off the ballot. So tell me why you think that would have been an option at all. Please explain this to me like I'm 5.
You're yelling too much. I missed the first half, Miss J. Try again, please.
What does he get by going to the Democrats to endorse them when they already replaced Fauci, have new leadership in line there? So they're not going to turn around and say, okay, we'll kick these people and we'll put you now, we'll slide you in there. Meanwhile,